Thank you. Recording. Okay, I'm gonna close that window so we don't get feedback. Okay, excellent. Well, good morning. Welcome, everybody. My name is Carl Jacobs with the Recreation Conservation Office. This is the WWRP State Parks Category Evaluation Day. We have one full day of projects, 13 projects. We're kicking it off here with Beacon Rock, and Eric Olmsted is here to present. We have a volunteer panel advisory committee helping us out. It's a mix of state park staff and citizen members, so we appreciate all of them being here to help us score. And we also have some RCO staff on the line as well. So Eric, hello and welcome. I'm going to better share my screen. That will help. Share. Did I share the right screen? Can you guys see the schedule?
Yes.
Okay, great. Open. And you can see your Beacon Rock PowerPoint?
That's it.
Excellent. Okay, I'm going to pass you remote control so you can advance your slides. Go ahead and click on the screen, see if you can activate it. Yep, looking good. All right. Well, whenever you're ready, Eric, go right ahead. You have 12 minutes.
Hello, my name is Eric Olmsted, a parks planner with the Southwest Capital Development Region. I'm requesting funding for a trail reroute around a steep, unsafe section of the Hamilton Mountain Trail at Beacon Rock. Beacon Rock State Park is approximately 35 miles east of Vancouver, Washington, along Highway 14. The entirety of the park and project are in Skamania County along the north bank of the Columbia River. The project area is located 3 miles up the Hamilton Mountain Trail from Hamilton Mountain Trailhead parking lot. Crews will follow the trail up past Hardy Creek to where the steep switchbacks begin at the bottom of the dangerous area along the cliff. This map shows the project area in red, purple, and pink. The green shows the existing trail to remain. This map shows the project area. The trail shown in red is to be closed. Purple is a proposed new trail development, developing a safe route up the mountain and connecting to the Hardy Creek Trail. Once close to the ridge, the proposed trail turns right and utilizes an abandoned logging road to reach the ridge line, where it reconnects to the existing trail. The upper ridge line provides an amazing view of the rock face overseeing the Columbia River Gorge. The Columbia River Gorge area is an extremely popular hiking destination. The area sees over 2 million hikers every year, with Beacon Rock State Park seeing over 40,000 hikers annually. The need for creating a safe reroute up the Hamilton Mountain Trail becomes more necessary every year with increased visitation and increased use and in rescues, with a rescue just performed last weekend. The map on the left shows the extensive trail system the Hamilton Mountain Trail provides access to, with the project area highlighted. The project area on the right is expanded, showing our planned reroute and dangerous switchbacks. The switchbacks have eroded to a bare rock face where hikers have jumped the trail, causing the section to be an almost vertical, with small rocks continually eroding off and rolling down, endangering hikers below. The middle photo shows one of the areas eroded by the section of switchbacks to be closed. This project has become a high need of parks operations and the surrounding community due to safety concerns. The project has recently been requested and supported by the Silver Star Search and Rescue due to 6 litter carryout rescues this year. The project achieves Parks Commissioner's priorities by providing positive customer experience, resource protection, workforce development, and resource management by improving trails and park services that meet the needs of growing and increasing diverse population. Hamilton Mountain Trail provides an iconic, amazing view of the Columbia River Gorge. CCC crews working in the park in the 1930s were the first to document the views and are credited for making the trails atop Hamilton Mountain. Beacon Rock is an 848-foot basalt pillar receiving its original name from the Lewis and Clark expedition as Beaton Rock, for a short time as Castle Rock, then later Beacon Rock as the eastern edge of the ocean tidal influences. The property became a park in 1935, and Hamilton Mountain gained its name from William Hamilton, who was one of the early settlers in the region. The Hamilton Mountain Trail is a 6.5-mile up and back trail for experienced hikers. The project will expand the trail to moderate ability hikers. Expanding the trail to moderate hiking demographic allows for many more to safely enjoy all the things to do along the trail as it travels through spectacular dug fir old growth, crosses Hardy Creek Trail Falls, and provides exceptional views atop Hamilton Mountain. The trail is defined as difficult hike with 2,038-foot elevation climb, 500 feet which are dangerous switchbacks at the edge of a cliff. By establishing a reroute, the trail will be less dangerous and will allow for moderately skilled hikers to see the views from Hamilton Mountain. Hiking is the most popular recreational activity in the U.S. It is estimated that at least 881,000 hikers began hiking in 2022 with rising numbers. Hiking is proven to have many benefits and improve the quality of life for Washingtonians. This project helps support the popular activity and exposes hiking to a new user demographic, making it more accessible for all. Here is the project design showing the existing trail to remain in green, closed trails in red, newly developed trails in purple and blue, with orange showing the formalized trails leading to 3 points of viewing. The reroute satisfies the need of a safe route up Hamilton Mountain. The route is fully designed, with the reroute being walked several times by park employees and Washington Trails Association to find an adequate route through trees and appropriate connection point to an abandoned logging road. By rerouting the trail further away from the rock face, the hillside provides adequate slope under 10% and provides an opportunity to connect back to the Hardy Creek Trail, which forms a lower loop hikers can make. Heavier rains brought on by climate change is causing the existing switchbacks to be washed out and unsafe, getting worse with time. This project will place the trail in an area more protected from exposed runoff and away from dangerously steep sections of trail. The completed project design satisfies the need of creating a safe trail to the summit and a portion of the property that supports the development, considers future climate change, and meets the need of the state's diverse population for hiking. This trail is approved with the Natural Forest Land classification as conditional use trail, and according to environmental planners and engineers, this project is fully permittable and ready to proceed once funded. Washington Trails Association will have volunteers use hand tools to recreate the trail, reroute the trail with all natural materials. The trail is to be in use for at least 50 years. Nature viewing is abundant while on the hike, with several views, plants, and wildlife to observe. A CCC or Civilian Conservation Corps plaza is currently being constructed at the Hamilton Mountain Trailhead parking lot area with ample information regarding the history. Several local groups, including REI, provide educational hikes to Hamilton Mountain, showcasing the amazing views of the Columbia and unique volcanic mounds called balds, with rare sensitive mosses and other plant material. This trail reroute is not officially a part of an expanded or phased project. However, it is very closely related to the CCC Plaza being developed and the Bald's Restoration Project. The CCC Plaza project is at the Hamilton Mountain Trailhead, and both share the same parking lot. The Bald Restoration Project comes from a 2021 grant that is to restore and protect sensitive and rare plants on a rock structures known as balds further up Hamilton Mountain. This project has a lot of support from the local gorge community and hiking groups such as Washington Trails Association and Mazimus. Silver Star Search and Rescue has recently placed support behind the project due to increasing rescues. Creating a safer reroute will reduce accidents and rescues while increasing a larger diversity of hikers to access the trail safely. This project is a true collaboration between Washington State Parks and Washington Trails Association, Friends of the Gorge, Mazimus, and Silver Star Search and Rescue. Washington Trails Association is donating general labor for helping design the reroute and for crews to do the construction. After careful review with engineers, our permitting team, WTA, and other park staff anticipate this project to have an overall cost of $215,600. We are requesting $158,900 from RCO funding with $56,700 match from Washington Trails Association in the form of general labor. The trail reroute has been designed and reviewed previously, making this project fully ready to proceed once funded. WTA and Parks employees have worked together to design the trail to be fully permittable by avoiding trees and sensitive plants. Parks tribal relations have been informed of this project and tribal engagement has been made. Parks development permitting team is not expecting any issues, but anticipates a SEPA review, a critical areas review, and an HPA review for permitting within the Columbia Gorge. We have established a conservative timeline shown here with a final A&E beginning once funded. Cultural resources work to begin shortly after that, and permitting to begin once cultural resources work is close to complete. Development is expected to begin no later than the beginning of 2027 with a completion date of 2028 at the latest. This project supports Parks' mission of connecting Washingtonians to their diverse and natural cultural heritage while providing memorable recreational, educational experiences that enhance lives. The project also supports Parks' core values of commitment to stewardship that transmit high-quality park assets to future generations. Thank you. We appreciate your consideration in funding this project that will allow more hikers to access the beautiful views from Hamilton Mountain Trail. Please let me know if there are any questions.
Great, thank you, Eric. Nice job. All right, questions or clarifications needed from the committee or any slides you want to go back and take a look at? Ryan.
Hi, Eric. Just a quick clarification. On an earlier slide around design, you had indicated that that permitting and design had been completed, and then later on you said that the A&E would commence, final A&E would commence. So does that mean that the A&E part of the design still needs some additional work?
There's not much A&E involved in it, and so that will be rather quick. Since there's no crossings, bridges, or any structures, there won't be architectural or anything along those lines. The A&E that's anticipated is to have staff engineers review the slope and work that has already been done, basically. But WTA has walked it several times along with park staff and established a slope under 10%. But there's not much that's expected.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Emily. Go ahead and then Paul.
Good morning, Eric. I'm just wondering if you can go through the budget again, because the numbers that you shared with us were not the numbers that were on the slide. So I just wanted some clarification in terms of what we could expect. I think you said like 215,000.
I think I stumbled.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure.
There might have been some revisions between.
Yeah, I wondered that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like this slide though matches what's in Prism. 231,838.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe you just said them wrong.
$231,838, and it looks like I stumbled in my wording, and the total is $231,838. That's correct. So the slide is correct. My wording was a little off. The RCO WWRP request is 175,138, with a match from Washington Trails Association is 56,700.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Go ahead, Paul, and then Janice.
Thanks. Nice project, Eric. I had a question related to the landscaping improvements that were budgeted, related to project design. You have $44,000 for landscaping improvements, and it sounded like maybe Friends of the Gorge were going to be helping out with that, but I was hoping maybe you could. I didn't see a lot of detail in your presentation about, I assume these are going towards restoring the trail that's going to be closed.
That's absolutely correct. If we go back to the last slide showing the plan, we see that there's multiple areas in red, but the main landscaping that will be done is the area that's being pointed at there with the switchbacks, but also atop of the hill where there's a small red line. That area has been highly trampled by social trails that go out along that ridge sporadically, and those will be reseeded and have logs and other debris put in front of them so that they're closed. We've got a plan in place to close that section of red trail with the switchbacks, but also that upper section with rocks and logs, and then use that money you referred to for reseeding ultimately with native plant material.
Okay, so that cost includes both the materials and potentially labor?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Great, thanks, Paul. Janice, go ahead. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you. It's a great project. I can't wait till it's done. But I have, and I had the same question on the dollars, but I also, could you put the slide up again on stewardship? I wanted to take a look at it again. I see.
Yeah, that's fine. We have time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure. Anything else needed from the committee, clarifications or?
Can I look at the readiness to proceed slide one more time?
Yes, I think that was back here. There we go.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Good, Eric. Yeah, thanks, Eric. Have you finished like SEPA and critical areas?
No.
No. Okay, so that'll be. But you're ready to go.
We're ready to go because we've
Go there. Okay.
got it. And this has been requested for funded for funding 2 other times. And now we're trying under
Right. Yep, I know we've been trying to, it's been a tricky one. We've been trying to fund. We tried, I think Nova, tried a couple different grant categories to
Yeah. With that
get
being
this.
said, I'd also like to add that there was one other that I couldn't really include in this presentation because it just happened a few days ago. And I got an email from Silver Star Search and Rescue and WTA explaining how hard the rescue was. And they almost had to circumnavigate the switchbacks. If they didn't have enough volunteers, it would have been a lot more dangerous of a rescue.
Wow. Yeah, that seems like a lot already just this season. Is that folks like going off trail and just
No, that's just people trying to navigate the switchbacks.
the switchbacks? Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, they're extremely steep. In the presentation, there was some photos of me looking down over other hikers and things like that and just showing how steep it is. But it was designed to be very steep with several switchbacks going up. And with the erosion and people jumping from trail to trail, it really becomes a problem. And all of the injuries are in that. And so when hikers try and jump, like the middle photo there, go up from trail to trail or switchback to switchback, they cause increased erosion, and people seem to get hurt doing that quite often. But also just trying to navigate up the switchbacks along that cliff is very dangerous.
Gotcha. Okay. Catherine, did you have something?
Yeah, just a quick question. On the slide for readiness to proceed, it talked about construction or the construction plans being developed once permitted. So there's more to come in terms of detail on those construction plans, or the trail reroute to be developed once permitted.
The only other plans that would be changed would be the trail route around trees, so that we don't have to have any tree removal. We've walked it, we've flagged it, but then we've taken the flags down, and through time, other trees have grown. And so the only changes to the existing design would be to make small adjustments to the reroute around trees or any plants that we don't want to disturb.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Janice. Did you have something else, or is your hand just still up? All right. Great. Well, thank you, Eric. So folks, just take a minute to make sure you got scores plugged in on all the criteria. I will get the next one pulled up. Moving north to Lake Sylvia, little hidden gem, west of Olympia. For those of you who are trying to get to all the state parks, if you haven't been to this one, I like this great little park. Folks ready to move on? Still need a minute to score. All right, hearing no objection. Eric is still here to present this one. I'm going to pass control back to you. Go ahead and click on the screen there.
Yep.
There you go. Looks like it's working. All right, well, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Eric Olmstead. I'm a parks planner with Southwest Capital Development Region. I'm requesting funding for the development of 9 distinct areas of the Lakefront Trail, Lake Sylvia State Park. The photos shown here are examples of water crossings along the trail. Lake Sylvia State Park is approximately 45 minutes west of Olympia along Highway 12 in Montesano. The park is located within the city limits, just north of downtown. The map shows the park in dark yellow border. The project work sites are all along the northeast side of the lake, approximately 2.5 miles from the Main Street exit. The work sites will consist of 9 sections of trail extending from the north end of P1, P2 campgrounds to the upper end of the lake. Taking previous grant manager and reviewer comments into consideration, this project has reduced to 9 areas of the trail that need proper development of trail segments. This map shows the 9 distinct areas of development. The 9 areas of development consist of 4 bridges, 2 boardwalks, 1 box step, 1 section of trail reroute, and a restoration of a highly disturbed or highly damaged meadow that has been trampled by hikers leaving the trail to find passage across a creek. With this funding, Parks hopes to create a safe hiking experience and repair environmental damage. Each area being developed was created by the public as makeshift or water crossings so long ago that there is no construction documents, and the structures have completely deteriorated and causing the need for new development features. Residents of Gray Harbor and the city of Montesano have relied on Lake Sylvia State Park for access to nature and outdoor recreation since the creation of the dam in 1909. With daily visits by families, the unsafe conditions of the trail have caused park rangers and area managers to place this project high on priorities. Park staff knows from experience that closing the trail completely is not successful. Social trails are routinely formed around any structures during closures, and unauthorized makeshift water crossings are created by locals wanting to continue to use the trail. Lake Sylvia is an iconic placid reservoir with a classic Western Washington forest feel. Multiple amenities allow Washingtonians to access the park with day use, camping, parking, rental equipment, and multiple buildings for gatherings. Originally homesteaded in 1868, Lake Sylvia has a rich history and a strong connection to Montesano. The site was developed as a sawmill from a natural waterfalls in 1869, and the first dam was built in 1909. Visitors began using the lake trail to access fishing, provide peaceful tranquility, and exercise, all of which continue to this day. The lake was an instant destination for recreation. Puget Sound Power and Grays Harbor County officially opened the lake up to the public in 1927, and the property was then donated to the state, and Lake Sylvia State Park was established in 1936. The park offers an amazing number of recreational opportunities. The lake trail and park is bordered by the city forest, which provides visitors a large public mountain biking trail and hiking trail system. The project will protect the surrounding environment from social trails and establishes safe water crossings, ensuring the continued use of the lake trail for hiking, nature viewing, and fishing. Lake Sylvia is perfect for novices in all abilities. The day use areas, camping, and on-site rentals allow for access to recreation. By developing new water crossings, the trail will be expanded to a wider group of hikers. Beginners will be able to safely navigate the full lake trail instead of having to turn back due to unsafe crossings. This park has a little something for everyone. Day use areas, playgrounds, boating trail systems, and picnic areas within the park allow for multiple activities. The Lake Loop Trail allows people to escape to nature for a jog or hike around the lake. Here we see the overall project design. The design shows each section to be improved by the project in blue, with a basic description of each section to be developed along the right. The project fulfills the need of keeping a safe lake loop trail open by establishing crossings that allow proper hydrology of wetlands, reroutes a section of eroded trail, and restores the vegetation. The Lake Sylvia State Park Loop Trail Improvements Development Plan has been created and describes each area with a job description, dimensions, materials, and assigns crews to each area. Washington State Parks Maintenance staff and Washington Trails Association have both agreed to construct all aspects of the overall project. Developing each of the 9 areas will greatly improve the accessibility of the trail. Even uniform transition onto crossings will increase the number of users that can hike the trail. As of now, the trail is only meant for moderate to expert hikers. The development will allow beginner hikers to be able to experience the Lake Loop Trail without concerns of dangerous crossings. Construction of the crossings will allow low impact and environmentally friendly materials such as wood products to be utilized. The boardwalks will use diamond pier footings that reduce the footprints of the structures through wetlands, and Alaskan yellow cedar will be used wherever possible to reduce the intrusion of chemicals into the soil. Top quality materials will be designed into each area. By using high-end materials and well-designed concepts, this development investment will last well over 50 years. This project allows the historical trail around Lake Sylvia that has been open since 1936 to stay open and safe. It also protects the lake resource by allowing proper water hydrology to flow under boardwalks and bridges, as well as restores areas highly damaged by foot traffic. This funding will help keep the rural community of Montesano recreating at the lake while providing the peaceful natural hiking experience for all visiting the park. Simpson Elementary School in Montesano regularly helps improve Lake Sylvia. Students use the Lake Loop Trail as easily accessible educational nature walk, an annual art project, help in ivy removal, and contribute to water sampling. Designing this project with ecological integrity not only creates safe crossings, but contributes to the well-being of the rural community. This project is not a part of an expansion project, but is one of multiple park upgrades currently happening at Lake Sylvia. The city of Montesano has plans to create a sidewalk connecting to the entry of the park from town. A new culvert is being installed along the park entrance road, and there is a federal FEMA-funded project in a separate area of the lake trail to be completed soon. These upgrades will create more use in the park, and project funding will create a safe Lake Loop Trail. The Lake Trail improvements is supported by WTA, Washington Trails Association, the City of Montesano, Simpsons Avenue Elementary in Montesano, and Fossils, which is Friends of Schaefer and Lake Sylvia State Park. This project is a collaboration between State Park staff, Washington Trails Association, Friends of Lake Sylvia, and the City of Montesano. Washington Trails Association is donating $50,600 in general labor for crews to help construct this project. This project is ready to proceed. Each area of the project has been designed by staff engineers and planners. The first 2 areas are near P1, P2 campgrounds. The bridge shown above is to be replaced, and an area trampled by foot traffic leading around the structure will be planted and restored. Area 3 shown above is a boardwalk replacement across a 30-foot span. When possible, as stated, diamond pier footings will be utilized for boardwalks and bridges. Diamond piers reduce ground disturbance through sensitive wetland areas while providing the stability needed to support the safe structure. Area 4 is a series of slippery steps with rotting wood to be replaced with standard trail box steps. Area 5 is a trail reroute around a section of trail that currently travels across a down log, which is now rotting. This section of trail will be rerouted up a hill, safely circumnavigating the dangerous slope and log. Area 6 is a bridge replacement over a 16-foot span shown here. Area 7 is a boardwalk replacement over a span of 51 feet. Area 8 is another boardwalk replacement over a span of 50 feet. Area 9 is our last bridge replacement completing the project. The bridge is 15 feet long and 4 feet wide over a small creek. Our overall estimate for this project is $684,000. The landscape improvements will close and naturalize social trails to revegetate a path to the bridge. The 9 trail improvements are estimated to be $624,000, $25,000 for cultural resources, and $5,000 for permitting. Washington Trails Association is donating $50,600 in labor as a match with RCO request of $633,400. Our timeline for this project is very conservative. We are hopeful this timeline is accelerated at least 1 year, but have created a timeline based on recent staff shortages and permit response times. Tribal Relations has been informed of this grant request and project. This communication will continue throughout the project. Once funded, engineered, and trail work will begin. Cultural resource work can begin shortly after the permitting, and once final plans are in place, the beginning of 2026. Once permitted, development can begin and completion depending on Washington Trails Association's schedule, but is estimated to be completed by the end of the 2027 summer. Trail could be open to the public sooner, but with funding, it is expected to be open spring of 2028. Thank you for considering this proposal. Is there any questions?
Great, thank you, Eric. All right, questions or clarifications needed on this one?
This is a difficult one because there's so many sections of the trail that need to be replaced. And I think I either went through one of the areas very fast. And so if we need to look at each area, we can definitely dive into that a little bit. But each photo was represented for each area to show how poor the crossings are.
Yeah, thanks. Janice, I think you had something, and then Paul.
Yeah, can I just take a quick look again at the public needs slide, please?
Back at the beginning.
Yeah.
Whoops.
It's the one with the kids.
There we go.
Okay, it was just that one slide. Public need. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Paul. Go ahead, and then Catherine.
All right, thanks again, Eric. A couple of questions on the permitting costs. You have $5,000 budgeted. That seems kind of low to me given the multiple stream and wetland crossings. So I was hoping you might be able to just kind of elaborate on your thoughts there.
It's all in-kind work, so within the footprint of what was already there. And we obtained those permitting costs from our environmental engineers. That's outside of the cultural resources costs, but those were provided by staff environmental engineers from the Southwest Region Capital Development Program. And I was mainly told that the cost was low because I did question that myself. And that was due to the in-kind work of existing structures or replacement of what was already there, and the use of some of the features that we're installing or suggesting, such as the diamond pier foundations.
Okay. And then thanks. And then on the diamond piers themselves, is that something that Washington Trails Association is installing, or is that something that's going to be ultimately put out to bid? And
those will be most of those will be installed by park staff, so parks construction staff.
Okay. And then lastly, I know you mentioned the FEMA project, and so I know I walked this trail last fall, and I just wanted to maybe get a refresher on where that, like, what that FEMA project is and how it relates.
If we go back to the map, I can kind of show you where it is. It's kind of in the middle of these other areas. So it's not far from where it says Lake Sylvia in the upper portion of the lake. So that's kind of the lower one. Yeah, right up there and to the trail to the right. Yep. Up just a little higher. Right in there is where that FEMA section is. And it was a washout that came down from the hillside. And I didn't have enough time to include much more than I did in it, but it was a washout that covered and took out the trail. And then maintenance staff or parks they say they didn't do it. The public came in and put a little retaining wall that I show in that photo. And that is about a 1 foot section wide of trail. And so the FEMA funding goes to supporting that landslide so it doesn't, just keep coming down, and then widen that trail. Otherwise, that would have been included in one of these projects, but it's already being funded as a FEMA project.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric.
Yep.
Thanks. Catherine, go ahead.
Okay, so I had a question about the resource stewardship. I wondered if this was this Lake Sylvia had naturally occurring fish or stocked, and would the bridge replacement increase fish passage?
There's no fish passage to any of these creeks. Most of them are seepage or seasonal runoff or wetlands. Lake Sylvia is stocked by WDFW or Washington Fish and Wildlife, and because of the dam, there's no fish migration into the lake, but it is stocked with certain species, and none of these crossings have fish passage. There's a hillside that comes down adjacent to this trail, and most of this water is seepage or seasonal runoff. They're not very big creeks. That's why there's so many of them through this section.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and none of these creeks are the inlet to the lake. The inlet to the lake is at the very north edge, shown in the map. And so none of these crossings are for that.
Gotcha. All right, thank you, Eric. I don't see any other hands for questions, so I think we're good. Thank you for joining us, presenting these two projects. We should have a preliminary ranked list available probably early next week.
Great. Thank you for having me, and have a good day reviewing all the funding requests.
Yeah, thanks. We'll see you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, I think I see Melinda. You're presenting Green River Gorge?
Yes, good morning.
Excellent morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
Let me pull that one up for you. Can you see that?
I can.
Awesome. Okay, I will hand you control. Go ahead and click on the screen, see if you can. Yeah, looks like you got it. Excellent. All right, well, go ahead, Melinda, whenever you're ready.
Okay, good morning. My name is Melinda Wolfman. I'm a parks planner at Washington State Parks, and we are seeking $2 million in grant funding to acquire 5 parcels, 37 acres of property in the Green River Gorge. The unique 12-mile Green River Gorge is located in the county near the city of Black Diamond. So we're on the west side of the state. Seattle's up here. Black Diamond is around this area, Green River Gorge right here. Criterion 1, public need. This is a high state priority. In 1969, the Washington State Legislature established the Green River Gorge Conservation Area with the intention of protecting land within the gorge in its natural, pristine state. In accordance with state law, State Parks has been acquiring land in the Green River for over 50 years. The Green River Gorge includes over 2,200 acres of land on both sides of the Green River between Canasket-Palmer State Park, which is located in the upper right on this slide, and Flaming Geyser State Park, which is at your lower left. So this slide just orients you a little bit. The dark green color throughout this whole area represents lands that are owned by Washington State Parks. This fine lighter green line that goes around the entire area is the long-term boundary. So this represents the Green River Gorge Conservation Area, and it also shows the trail alignment for the proposed South Rim Trail. I'll say a bit more about that in just a second. This acquisition is in an area known as Icy Creek, and what we're looking for are parcels in phase 3 of the Icy Creek Ridge area. This map shows also acquisitions phase 1 and 2. 2 was just completed earlier this year. So this acquisition is needed in order to develop a trail on the South Rim. And so the trail exists in some cases now, and it's conceptual in other places. So the areas where you see orange are where the trail exists and they are in state parks ownership. So sections at Flaming Geyser, Canasket-Palmer up here, and also in this area. The blue represents a future trail alignment, and the pink area represents existing trail in private ownership. Icy Creek is included in the Green River Gorge Conservation Area long-term boundary, which is documented in the Green River Gorge Classification and Management Plan. In addition to the legislative direction and agency camp plan for this area, Icy Creek Ridge has been identified as an acquisition priority through King County's Land Conservation Initiative, which seeks to preserve important natural lands and trails in the county. For the second question, project significance. This project supports all of State Parks acquisition and development strategy goals. Places to be. The Green River Gorge is such an iconic Washington landscape that it was specifically recognized by the state legislature as a place that needs protecting. This photo collection shows just some of its many facets. Stories to know. The gorge has no lack of subject matter for engaging people in authentic Washington stories. The lands in and around the Green River Gorge were historically used for mining coal, clay, and cinnabar. There's also a story in the geology providing a peek back millions of years. And potentially these stories could be told in future interpretive displays. Things to do. This acquisition will support the vision of a trail along the entire south rim of the gorge, trails being one of Washington's recreation mainstays. According to the Assessment of Outdoor Recreation Demand report, 90% of Washington residents regularly use trails. And the assessment also shows that 75% of Washingtonians use state or federal lands for walking and hiking. Ways to grow. The Green River Gorge is in a fast-growing area of King County, the most populous county in the state. Being close to rapidly growing urban areas, this project is well-positioned to provide a gateway experience within easy reach of beginning hikers. The trail, when completed, will connect Flaming Geyser and Canasket Palmer State Parks, thereby providing a multi-park recreation opportunity for visitors. Something for everyone. This project supports the conservation of undeveloped open spaces, protects habitat, and helps Washington be more resilient in the face of changing climate now and for future generations. The next question is acquisition priority. This acquisition will meet State Park's long-term goal of developing a trail along the rim of the gorge. Public access will be facilitated through future development of a trailhead, parking, and restroom. So this is a zoomed in picture of the area that we saw earlier, showing phases 1, 2, and 3 of the Icy Creek Ridge area. Phase 1 again in the yellow, phase 2 the lighter green here, and phase 3, which is located along Enumclaw Franklin Road. So this would provide access from that area. Again, with the improvements that we're envisioning now, trailhead and restroom and parking. This project will protect 5 parcels from future residential development, parcels that are currently platted with roads and utilities. This project meets a key priority of the State Parks Commission to expand opportunities for everyone with intentional focus on youth from underserved, low-income, and diverse communities. This map shows populations most in need. And so what really you need to see is wherever you have the darker purple, mauve, or pink, however it shows up for you, the darker the color, the more need. 2 of King County's most populous and most diverse cities, actually, I should say, Federal Way and Kent, they are circled here in red. They're both about 15 miles from the site, which is identified here with this red star, making it one of the closest parks to communities that have high populations of people of color. But other cities also close by, Burien, Renton, Auburn, Tacoma, all here circled in yellow, they share similar demographics. It's also close to areas where there are higher numbers of Native American populations. The Green River was and continues to be very important to the Muckleshoot tribe. This is my one pretty busy map, but this really helps demonstrate how this is just one piece of a mosaic of conservation land. So what I want to show you is one, here is the Green River Gorge Conservation Area in this kind of yellowy green. And then surrounding it, if you ignore the beige at the very bottom left, the other colors represent lands that have either been acquired by King County, are existing recreation or conservation areas, which are this lighter green color here, are part of a current proposal to fund for acquisition, includes some of these orange properties here, or are identified to be part of a future scope of funding, both the green and also the blue. Criterion 4, resource stewardship. As noted by King County Council member Dave Upthegrove, this acquisition will protect habitat corridors between the Green River and properties in King County's Bass and Beaver Lake complex, which is located to the south. The Green River is one of the top producing salmon streams in the Puget Sound region. And in part, this is due to Icy Creek and 6 other underground springs, which supply cold, clear water to the Green River. And it supports 2 threatened species, Chinook salmon and steelhead trout. Sorry, just having a little bit of a delay. It's going to do it one more time. The remaining open spaces along the Green River are at risk of development from increasing population growth. When we started this project, it was the hinterlands of King County, but it won't be long before it's the only undeveloped land left. These 2 pink circles identify new residential development that's occurring in the city of Black Diamond, which is located just north of the Green River Gorge area. This includes the 10 Trails project, which is in the upper left, which will add 6,000 new residents to the city, more than doubling its size. Question 6 asks whether this is an expansion or a phase project. Because the conservation area is so big and complicated, we did a thing we haven't done in other parks. We prioritized the acquisitions within the long-term boundary. And you can see there's a significant amount of them here, from 1 to, I think, 26 acquisitions were proposed or are proposed. Icy Creek was at that time identified as our 4th ranked acquisition. Icy Creek Ridge area is this area here, outlined in red and the lighter red inside. It has since become our top ranked area as the property owner is a willing seller. The next question is about project support. This property was included in the conservation area's classification and management planning process, which included significant public outreach. And it continues to be a priority for community conservation organizations, as evidenced by 8 letters of support, some of them from the Green River Coalition, Enumclaw Plateau Community Association, King County Council, King County Parks and Recreation Division, and private citizens. The next question is about partnerships or match. We aren't actively seeking match, but we continue to money. This acquisition builds upon decades of collaboration, representing thousands of acres of public lands, protecting fish and wildlife habitat, groundwater, and surface water quality. We regularly meet with staff from King County of their Natural Resources Department about once or twice per year to share information about proposals such as this and to identify the projects that they have actively on their list. And we will continue to be active partners in conservation efforts of this area. The last question is readiness to proceed. Phases 1 and 2 have already been acquired. The landowners, who are shown here and who recently led us on a site visit to the property, are willing and eager to sell the remaining Icy Creek Ridge parcels to state parks. Once, and if this phase is funded, once it's completed, we would expect at least a phase 4 to acquire the remaining parcels, and then trail development can begin in earnest. King County Council member Dave Up the Grove adds another comment here that these are some of the last sections of land needed before trail development is possible. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Melinda. All right, questions, clarifications needed. Janice, I see a hand, and then Jamie.
Could you pull up the first map you showed? I have a couple clarifying questions, please.
Yeah, if I can get back there. Are you going back or am I? Oh, you are. Okay.
Oh, I got it. I'm not sure which map you wanted, but
It was clear at the beginning.
Right here?
Yeah, that one. So I just want to make sure I understand right. So the red is this project, correct?
That is correct. The red is this project.
Okay, and then the number 1 and number 2 are current projects that have already been acquired?
They are previous acquisitions, yes.
Okay.
And they have already, yes, the funding was approved and they have been acquired. With number 2, with the property just closed earlier this year.
Okay, so now I have a question about the trail. So the orange is the existing trail, and that's going through number 1 and number 2. And you were saying that this parcel in this project, the red, is needed for the trail, but I'm confused about that because it shows an existing trail already there, but it doesn't show a blue future
Does.
trail going through
It-
3.
It does, you're right. I mean, there's, I think, one first, it looks like there's a section of orange that should not be orange. And that should say future trail that is on the private property.
Oh, the orange that's in 1 and 2
Yeah.
should be blue?
Well, it actually should be, it should be pink because it's on private ownership. There is a trail alignment. Yep, it should be pink.
Right
So, yeah. So
will
there are sections of,
be-
oh, go ahead.
Well, okay, so I'm sorry to interrupt. Will there be, so this project, you're saying you need this parcel for the trail. So should there have been a trail drawn through 3?
Well, there would potentially, when the trail is developed, like as I mentioned, it exists in some areas and is conceptual in others. And really when we go to plan the entire length of it, there might be refinements also to trails that already exist as like social trails. And with this property, we will have parking and trailhead and actually providing trail access to the main trail, if that makes sense, to the South Rim Trail.
Okay, so the trail might not go exactly through the red, but you would have parking and like a trailhead to access wherever the trail ends up being.
Yes, and it could potentially be through that property as well. It's just too early to say what the future alignment will be. That phase 4, if you look above number 3, the red, you'll see there's property private ownership, right? If we were to acquire that property, that would be potentially phase 4, and that would, help us determine what the design of that trail looks like and the future alignment.
So I just have one more question. I'm just trying. So is this property crucial for the trail? Or if this property wasn't purchased, would you still be able to have a parking lot and trail?
We say it's crucial for the trail. And in part, that's because of its significance in preserving land in a complete cohesive package along the gorge. Could we put access to the trail on one of the other parcels? We potentially could, and we may have more than one trailhead. So you could have access. What this provides is direct access off of Enumclaw Franklin Road.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for going through that again.
Sure.
Thanks. Jamie, go ahead, and then Paul.
Yeah, I didn't have a question, but I wanted to thank you for providing this context about the most recent phases. I think that is really helpful in evaluating, and then also in providing that map a little later on, showing how the red phase 3 has that access to the road and how it's valuable as a trailhead. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay. Hi, Melinda. Nice work.
Hi.
So actually, Janice was kind of getting at what I was trying to figure out was towards the end of your presentation, you had mentioned a potential phase 4. And so that phase 4 would be that whole kind of unshaded property there, north of 3 at phase 3 and west of Enumclaw Franklin Road.
Yes.
And is that acquisition potential acquisition on the table still? I mean, is it the intent of the landowners to potentially come to state parks with a phase 4?
Yes, they are. We are limited by really what we can seek in the amount of funding. Otherwise, we would say let's pick it all up right now.
Got it. Yeah. So yeah, my thought is I'm thinking here that if, for example, we don't move ahead with phase 3, that also endangers the potential to pick up phase 4.
Potentially it does.
Okay. Thanks, Melinda.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
point. Thanks, Paul. Any other questions or clarifications needed? All right. Well, thank you, Melinda. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, we'll see you. All right, we've arrived at a break, just 5 minutes behind schedule, but come on back in about 9 or 10 minutes and we will keep going, moving over to Riverside. Hey, Eric.
Hey Carl, how you doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing all right.
Excellent. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
Close the door. All right. Looks like you got the next two.
I do.
A couple more this afternoon.
Yeah, I get the spots before lunch and at the end of the day.
And at the end. Excellent. Lucky you. All right. Well, here we go. Heading over to Riverside. Open that. You see that okay?
I can, yep.
Sweet. Okay. Kill my video. Give you control. All right. Go ahead and click on the screen. See if you can take that. Excellent. All right. Well, whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Thanks,
Start.
Carl.
Yeah.
So my name is Eric Jazik, and I am the Eastern Region Planner for Washington State Parks. And this presentation is for the Riverside State Park Bowl and Pitcher Cabins Phase 2. This grant is requesting funding to develop 2 new cabins in the Bowl and Pitcher Campground at Riverside State Park. Riverside State Park is located in Spokane County, just 9 miles north of Spokane and a quick 30-minute drive from downtown. The park is a little over 9,000 acres and is the second largest state park in Washington and sits along the Spokane and Little Spokane rivers. The Bowl and Pitcher Campground has 16 standard sites, 16 partial hookup sites, 1 dump station, 2 restrooms with showers, and 2 cabins. It also has a large day use area that offers 2 picnic shelters, 30 unsheltered picnic tables, and 1 reservable kitchen shelter built by the CCC that can accommodate up to 60 people. This project proposes the development of 2 new full-service accessible cabins next to the existing cabins that were built as part of Phase 1. Public need. As camping trends continue to increase, the need for additional alternative lodging opportunities also increase. In 2021, camping accounted for 40% of all leisure trips, and more than half of the travelers, 53%, include camping in some or all of their travel. As part of a new trend, urban residents are one of the most avid camping segments. Of this group, 44% of this group plan to replace a leisure trip with a camping trip in 2022. With Riverside State Park so close to the urban center of Spokane, the need for additional lodging is increasingly important. 18% of new campers prefer cabins. Currently, Riverside State Park only provides 3% of their camping opportunities as cabins. A quick survey of the campgrounds in the Spokane area also yields a similar result of about 3% of camping opportunities as cabins. The lack of overnight accommodations does not meet the public need for campers and is a potential barrier for new campers. Providing more overnight lodging opportunities also helps to promote the diversity within state parks, as Gen Z, the newest group of campers, is the most diverse generation of campers. Additionally, full-service camping opportunities is important. In 2021, 36% of campers went on a glamping trip for the first time. This interest is expected to grow with 50% seeking a glamping experience, which is defined as a unique accommodation with enhanced services and amenities. Oops. Spokane's proximity to Riverside State Park is not to be understated. Spokane is one of the fastest growing cities in the US, and the state of Washington's population grew by 61,000 people in 2021. Additionally, Spokane County's annual population growth rate has exceeded that of the US every year since 2016. As both the state of Washington's and the city of Spokane's population continue to grow, the demand for overnight lodging will also continue to grow. The 2 existing cabins have been very popular with a 90% weekend rental rate during the primary use season from Memorial Day to Labor Day. Additionally, the cabins are open all year long, providing increased opportunities for shoulder season use and winter lodging. The development of cabins is also supported by multiple statewide plans and initiatives. Strategies from the state strategic plan that support the project include providing customers the facilities and experience they want and expect, maintain a safe and welcoming environment for all visitors of all backgrounds, and develop new park and amenities and improve trails and park services that meet the need of a growing and increasingly diverse population. This development is also supported by the 2013 Transformation Strategy number 3 of provide recreation, cultural, and interpretive opportunities people will want. And most importantly, the project is supported by the 2024 Commission priorities of expand overnight accommodations on public lands to keep up with increasing demand. Project significance. The location of these cabins is adjacent to a unique landscape feature of the Spokane area. The rocks in this area are part of the Grand Ronde basalt, one of the most luminous of the Columbia River basalt eruptions and unique to this area of the state. The Bowen Pitcher area provides a rare opportunity for visitors to experience this unique geological formation. Riverside also has a deep historical significance as a gathering place for Native American tribes and as a thriving fur trade hub. Additionally, the CCC built many of the park's structures during the Great Depression, which still stand today. The Bowen Pitcher area has many historical and cultural stories that deserve to be told to the public, and the cabins are well positioned to introduce more people to the existing interpretive panels and information of this area. Riverside State Park provides a large variety of recreational opportunities, including but not limited to boating, canoeing and kayaking, mountain biking, camping, hiking, horseback riding, ATV riding, and cross-country skiing. All of these activities are easily accessible from the Bowen Pitcher Campground, and additional lodging capacity provides increased opportunities for Washingtonians to explore these recreational opportunities. Cabins provide a safe and less intensive introduction to camping and outdoor recreation. All the outdoor recreational opportunities and camping experiences are available without the requirement of a large investment in camping gear or extensive outdoor camping experience. Cabins also provide a safe and accessible camping experience to all Washingtonians, regardless of age, gender, identification, race, or physical ability. They truly provide an equal opportunity for all Washingtonians to explore the great outdoors. Project design. Riverside Bowen Pitcher Cabins Phase 2 will develop 2 new cabins next to the newly constructed cabins that were developed during Phase 1. These Phase 2 drawings were developed during the initial phase and will replicate the same buildings. The cabins are 20 by 20 feet, ADA compliant, and open year-round. Each has a restroom with a shower, toilet, and a kitchen with a sink and microwave oven. Each cabin features a futon that unfolds to accommodate 2 people and a bunk bed set that sleeps 2 people on the lower bed and 1 on the upper bed. For outdoor enjoyment and cooking, each cabin area has a fire pit with a grate and a picnic table. Cabins are heated, and we'll be looking into providing air conditioning to increase visitor comfort during the hot summer seasons. The intent is to provide a unique lodging alternative that is suitable for any camper regardless of experience or physical ability. The development of Phase 2 is sited adjacent to the previously developed cabins of Phase 1. The project is within the existing campground. Phase 2 will follow a similar permitting process as Phase 1, and permitting delays are not expected. SEPA and archaeology reviews are also complete. The cost estimate is based on the final cost of Phase 1 with an escalation factor. Costs that are not eligible for grant reimbursement, such as the shower, appliances, furniture, and other furnishings, are not included in this grant request and will be funded separately. Oh, I think it went too far. Okay, there we go. 2 identified risk factors for retained campers is not an enjoyable first experience due to the lack of services and amenities and not having the right gear, making the experience uncomfortable. By developing full service instead of rustic cabins as overnight lodging opportunities, Washington State Parks is providing a comfortable entry opportunity for new campers to try camping without the requirement to invest in all the appropriate gear. The state park's climate adaptation plan provides a lens through which we consider the impacts of changing climate and implement design modifications where appropriate. One example of a climate adaptation approach is due to an increased summer temperature, locations with water activities will become more desirable. Adding lodging capacity now will help prepare for an increase in future demand. Additionally, the cabins have been designed using sustainable materials. An example of sustainable design techniques include using SIP panels that delivered enhanced insulation and air tightness, which reduce energy costs over the building's lifetime. Using energy efficient fixtures such as LED lighting, water conserving plumbing fixtures, and high efficiency hot water heaters all help to reduce the carbon footprint and reduce energy usage. Although high-quality, sustainable building materials may have a high upfront cost, they provide a long-term cost savings and long-lasting sustainable buildings that help to reduce our total carbon footprint. The development of the new cabins will not negatively impact the environment. Phase two construction will occur in an already developed area and will have minimal ground disturbance. All stormwater on site will be treated and released for infiltration into the ground, and as mentioned previously, the cabins have been designed to have a reduced carbon footprint. Phase one cabins have already been completed and included the development of 2 cabins, associated utilities, access road, and site work. Phase 2 is the final phase of this project and will add 2 additional cabins to the site using existing engineered plans. We have received incredible letters of support from the City of Spokane Parks and Recreation and the Spokane County Parks. The letters of support all acknowledge the increased demand and need for more accessible overnight lodging opportunities. Per the 2020 Spokane County Parks Recreation Open Space Plan, Spokane has estimated a county-wide deficit of 18 campsites as of 2017, with a deficiency estimated to grow to 45 in 2037. Through partnership and working together with other local parks departments, we can respond to the demand for outdoor recreation opportunities by working together to add more camping. Phase 2 cabin development was designed as part of Phase 1 project without the exception of a few minor updates. The plan is set and ready to go out for bid, and the permitting, including archaeology, has been complete. Additionally, the majority of the site work has been completed, the utilities are in place and ready for hookup, and the access road is also in place. And with that, that is the end of this presentation for Riverside Bow and Pitcher Cabins. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Great, thank you, Eric. Appreciate that. Ryan, go ahead.
Hi, Eric. Thanks for the presentation. I wanted to follow up on the carbon footprint statement. So you spoke about the heat and potentially AC needs. Do you have a sense of what the energy use will be for these cabins, maybe based on what the Phase 1 cabins are already producing?
I don't have those exact values. I know those SIP panels are supposed to really help with the insulation and the air tightness of them. I don't have the exact figures for what their carbon footprint is currently. But as part of this Phase 2 design, I mentioned that there will be some minor modifications and work design. And as part of that, we're going to look at what did work and what didn't work as part of the Phase 1 and look to improve on those options as part of Phase 2. So it'll be kind of it'll be a work in progress to make any changes that are needed.
Well, I guess maybe a way I could have framed that is, are you considering like a heat pump or something that reduces the overall use of carbon? Just in that anything we build new is going to be new energy use. So just
for sure. Yeah, definitely. I think those are all great opportunities that we'll consider as part of the planning and design of Phase 2.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions or clarifications needed?
Hi, this is Ken. Quick question. I just wanted to know if what funding you used you're building out the rest to make it kind of a deluxe cabin. So you're building using RCO money for the rustic, and then where does the money come for the the build out of the final bathrooms and things?
It would come from our capital funding. I don't know the exact source, but it'd be from our own capital funding within the region. And it could even be potentially some minor deferred maintenance funding. Even potentially our crews could even do some of that work. So I don't know the exact source at this time, but it'd probably be most likely capital.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Yeah, that's one of those quirks in our policies where we will help you build a quote, sort of more rustic style cabin, but if you want to add additional amenities, that's okay on your own dime. So it's
Yeah, I
one of
looked that
those
up.
sort
It's
of
part of like the simple design cabin.
simple,
I can't
yeah,
remember the exact name of it, but
yeah,
I did read
simple
through
basic
that.
design. Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul, go ahead.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric. I love all the efficiencies associated with this project. You know, part of that is kind of looking back at the phase one and existing cabins. And have we gotten any just feedback from users? I know you had in your slide that occupancy rate in the summer weekends is 90%, but I'm curious if we've had any feedback since that might affect the design for this phase two.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to Justin out at Riverside State Park, and they're extremely popular. I think the biggest thing we hear about them is that they get pretty hot in the summer, with especially, as hot of summers as we've had recently. So, as part of that, we're looking at adding air conditioning to them to kind of create a more comfortable atmosphere. But kind of as I mentioned previously, we will go through the phase one cabins with more of a fine-tooth comb when we get into the design process and see what is and what isn't working. So then we can improve on them for the phase two cabins.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, the heat pump idea might help with cooling as well, right? Heating, cooling. And did you say you're thinking about using SIPs for the?
We did in the phase one cabins.
Phase one,
I'd be curious to see how they're holding up and how they actually impact the heating and cooling systems. They do add quite a bit of additional cost as compared to a simple timber framed building. So we'd want to really do a cost benefit analysis on those.
Right. Yeah, they're super tight though. Super well insulated, those. So. All right, I don't see any other hands, so let's move to your next one. I think we're headed to Peregrine for another acquisition project. And I'll give control back to you. All right, go ahead and click the screen, see if you can. Yeah, looks like you're moving it.
Oh, yeah,
Great.
I might have gone 2 slides. It's a little bit of a delay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Are you ready?
Well, I think so. Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. Thanks, Carl. So my name is Eric Jazik once again. So this presentation is a grant application for the acquisition of the Yaqui property at Peregrine Lake State Park. Peregrine Lake State Park is a beautiful state park that lies in the Methow Valley in the north central Washington near the town of Winthrop. It is approximately 2 hours north from Wenatchee, 4 hours northeast from the Seattle areas, and 10 minutes from Winthrop. Peregrine Lake State Park is just off the popular Highway 20 that leads through the North Cascades National Park. In 2023, Peregrine Lake State Park saw over 54,000 overnight visitors and over 260,000 day-use visitors. This 1,184-acre park features expansive green lawns leading to 11,000 feet of waterfront on Peregrine Lake. Old willows and ash provide shade on hot summer days. Colorful wildflowers dominate in the spring and summer, while red-winged and yellow-headed blackbirds and marmots add to the display. The setting and location is truly a unique and amazing experience that is special to many Washingtonians. One of the many highlights of Pearrygin Lake State Park is the rustic natural setting. The lakeshore is primarily undeveloped and the existing infrastructure is low-profile camping facilities. This provides unobstructed views of the natural environment and the North Cascades in the background. The park offers a large variety of outdoor activities, including camping, picnic areas, swim beaches, a boat launch, hiking, biking, and fishing. The Yaqui property is located on the north side of the park. The Yaqui property directly connects to the existing public property of Pearrygin Lake State Park and the WSFW property. It also in turn connects into a larger federally owned Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest. The Yaqui property is located on the north side of Pearrygin Lake and is bisected by Bear Creek Road. It is bordered by Silver Line Lakeside Resort to the west and Washington State Fish and Wildlife Land to the east. The property is 24.8 acres and has shoreline along Pearrygin Lake. The current property is mostly vacant and not actively managed for weeds or invasives. The property is a gap of ownership for public use around the lake and currently does not provide any recreational value, but does maintain the aesthetic value of the rustic character of the area. The most significant barrier that prevented people from recreating outdoors in Washington is too many people, as at an 82.8% response based on the RCO Outdoor Recreation Experience Survey. This highlights the need for more public land, and this problem will only increase as Washington State's population is expected to grow by 2 million by the year 2050. There is a critical public need for more public recreational land, but also to protect significant natural resources and locations from degradation and future development. The Yaqui property is a high priority for state parks and is part of the long-term boundary for the park. It also meets the strategy from the State Recreation and Conservation Land Acquisition and Development Plan. One of the objectives of this plan is to acquire parkland for outdoor recreational opportunities for the public, and it meets the following criteria of this objective: significance, popularity, experiences, uniqueness, scenery size, condition, and flora and fauna. It also aligns with the Washington State Park Strategic Plan and the Transformation Strategy. Pearrygin Lake and the surrounding land is an iconic landscape in Washington. The park resides in a 60-mile-long glacial valley. The park and the property has amazing views of the lake and the surrounding mountain landscape. The park boasts opportunities for wildlife and wildflower viewing. The park also provides some of the best of Washington's recreational mainstays. The park is popular for its water recreation, including swimming, boating, water skiing, and fishing. For those looking for fun off the water, the Rex Dur Trail almost circles the entire lake, providing great hiking and biking opportunities with endless views. In the winter, visitors may enjoy cross-country skiing, snowmobiling, snowshoeing, and fat tire biking. The property will not only help to protect the view sheds of all these activities, but will allow the Rex Dur Trail to be a complete loop circling the lake. The park provides a safe, semi-rustic opportunity to allow people new to the outdoors a chance to experience outdoor recreation at its finest. There are 92 standard campsites and 71 utility sites that accommodate RVs up to 60 feet long. Pearrygin Lake also offers 2 cabins with added convenience of kitchenettes for visitors without all the camping gear. The property not only protects the natural experience of the park, but also the improvement of the trail will provide newcomers the opportunity to hike around the lake and return to a cabin and restroom with all the modern amenities. Pearrygin Lake State Park and the Yaqui property is important for the quality of life for current and future generations of Washingtonians. The property protects the watershed, the view sheds, and provides enhanced recreation and will protect the natural landscape. Winthrop and the Methow Valley area are very popular for both tourism and as a place to live. Over the past 3 years, homes in the area have sold on average in 20 days, and the housing market in this area is considered competitive. The acquisition of the Yaqui property is critically important to both the park and the surrounding area. Acquiring this land will protect the area from any future development such as a hotel, resort, or mansion. The property is susceptible to significant development due to its proximity to the tourist destination town of Winthrop and its beautiful setting on the lake. This property would be very enticing for a developer to build a highly developed resort or mansion along the lake shore. The current development around the lake is primarily low profile and non-intrusive. The most immediate threat to the park and their surrounding area is a private purchase that may result in the loss of aesthetic, recreational, and natural quality of the area. The purchase by state parks will also expand access and available public land to all Washingtonians. If owned by state parks, the land can be actively managed for noxious weeds, further preserving the natural landscape and protecting the lake's watershed, which is popular for fishing. As mentioned previously, the property would be actively managed for noxious weeds, benefiting not only the Yaqui property, but also protecting the rest of the park. The acquisition will protect land from future development and maintain the natural integrity of the landscape. No significant development is planned for this property that would drastically alter the ecological resources on it. One of the primary goals for acquiring this property is exactly for resource stewardship. Additionally, due to the connection of the Yaqui property with other public lands, the acquisition and protection of this property helps diminish fragmentation of the natural landscape and protects a larger cohesive environment for both plants and animals. This acquisition advances State Park's long-term boundary plan and complements the use in the existing state park. Additionally, the acquisition will advance the opportunity for the Rexter Trail to completely circle the lake, which would provide an amazing recreational experience. Currently, the trail, shown on blue on the map, is approximately 5 miles one way and ends in the park. Most trail users make it a complete loop by exiting the park and using Bear Creek Road. This is not only not an ideal trail experience, but is also a safety hazard, as this road is heavily used by people visiting the park and campers with large RVs, creating a pedestrian vehicular conflict. With the acquisition of the Yaqui property, the trail could be extended by 1 mile to complete the loop. That would provide an amazing recreational experience and safer for trail users, getting them off of Bear Creek Road. State Parks has already had conversations with both Fish and Wildlife and the privately owned Sewerline Campground to connect to the trail through both properties without the need for acquiring additional land. This land is a significant step in completing the trail and improves the overall experience at the park. This project is greatly supported by Okanagan County, Silverline Lakeside Resort, and Fish and Wildlife. The community understands what a precious gem Peregrine Lake is and how important it is to protect this amazing natural feature. As mentioned previously, state parks will work closely with WDFW and Silverline Resort to improve and finish the Rexter Trail. Both adjacent properties are interested in partnering with state parks on this effort and are supportive of the acquisition of this property. Thank you for listening to this presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
All right, thanks, Eric. Back.
I think I might have skipped that slide, readiness to proceed. Can I quick go back and talk about that?
Yeah, I think you did. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. We have been in numerous conversations with the seller of this property, and they are ready and willing sellers as soon as State Parks secures funding for this property. It is critically important for state parks to act on acquiring this property as soon as possible, as the owners have been patient and gracious enough to approach state parks for acquiring it. But if we do fail to come up with the funding, the potential for it to fall into private hands increases. And I think that was my final slide. Thanks for letting me go back. I don't know how I missed that.
Yeah, no worries. All right, thanks, Eric. Emily, go ahead, and then Catherine.
Good morning, Eric. You're just so excited to let us go to lunch. That's why you just skipped past that criteria. So I just want to make sure, and I'm seeking some clarification about the trail, because early on in the presentation, you said it would complete the loop.
Mhm.
When I look at the maps, it doesn't look like it does. So
Mhm.
is there currently access through the resort?
There is
Because
not
that would be the
currently.
last piece of land, right? To be contiguous
Yes.
all the way around.
So there's no access through the Silverline Campground at this point, but we've had conversations with us, and they've actually approached us wanting to have the trail pass through their campground, and they want to make that connection. That is why they're so interested in us acquiring this property, because that property is really the biggest barrier at this point to completing the trail. And wildlife has been a lot of our park users use that wildlife property anyway. So they have been also very supportive of us acquiring this property and completing the trail through their property also.
Okay, and then my follow-up is, as we talk about potential other landowners, is
Mhm.
there any indication that perhaps the campground or resort that's right next to it might also be interested? Like I realize you may not know that, but I'm just trying to figure out if they're already a willing partner, what that
They
danger might look like. Okay.
they are a willing partner. Our park staff has a great relationship. The Silverline Campground has actually just recently been under new ownership in the past 2 to 3 years. And our park staff there has built a great relationship with them. They're not interested in buying the Yaqui property, but they are interested in partnering with us to complete the trail. And they actually approached us about completing the trail through their property.
Through their property. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I thought I saw another hand, but then it disappeared. So maybe
Oh,
you
I didn't
maybe
know.
Ryan, did you have something?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, just a last clarification, Eric, on that last slide. What was the status again of the negotiations? Did you say purchase sale agreement was in place? I didn't catch that.
At this point, they are just willing sellers. I don't think we have any agreement with them at this point since we don't have the funding for the purchase. But we've had multiple conversations with us, and they're a little antsy to sell this land, but they also really want it to be within state parks. So that's kind of the real critical part of trying to acquire funding for this land, because we don't want to wear out our welcome as far as them wanting for it to be within state parks.
Okay.
Hi,
So
this
no,
is Ken. I don't, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
go ahead, Ken. You probably can answer. You probably know what I was going to
Well,
say.
I can't find the hands. I'm sorry that I don't raise my hand. Anyway, the Yaqui family has really been helpful to state parks in the past. That whole hillside that you see from the campground that has nothing on it where the Rexter Trail goes along was all Yaqui property, and that was all platted into 5 and 20 acre tracts. And we were able to work with the family to slowly over time buy all that hillside out there, which really, and then continued south towards the golf clubs or golf course. So yeah, doing that Yaqui family helping us then. This was the last remaining piece they kept, and now thank goodness they're willing to work with us to finish it off, which is great news.
Thanks, Ken.
Thanks for that. Other questions or clarifications folks need? All righty, looks like we're all good. Eric, thank you. Appreciate it.
Sounds good. Thanks, Carl.
Yeah, we'll see you again later this afternoon.
Perfect. Can't wait.
All right.
Good to see you guys.
All right, we've made it to lunch. So thanks everyone. When are we due back? Whoops. Man, this is jumpy. This way, 1:05. All right, well, come on back around 1 o'clock and make sure you're logged back in, ready to go, and we'll keep on rolling with the in-holdings project. So thanks everyone. Take a break, get some lunch. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Looks like Tanya is here for our next presentation. Good afternoon, Tanya. Welcome.
Hey, Carl.
And I think, yeah, I was just checking my list. I think everyone's back in the meeting, so we're good to go. Committee members just want to make sure you get Prism back open so you can score the project. And Tanya, I'll get this launched for you. Can you see that?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, cool. Well, let's get go. Looks like, hold on. Ryan says still connecting to audio, so maybe he can't hear us yet. Wait just a minute. Ryan, I don't know if you can hear me or not. It's like a little message that says you're connecting to audio. So I don't know if that means hearing or being able to speak or both.
It's usually both.
Usually both, yeah. There's the three little, oh, there we go. All right. Looks like everyone's here now and connected. All right. I'm gonna turn off my video. Tanya, I'll pass you control. There we go. Go ahead and click on the screen and see if you can move that around. Yep, looks good.
There we go. Okay.
All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. So good afternoon. I'm Tanya Moore, Property and Acquisition Specialist for the real estate team at Washington State Parks. I'm here to talk about in-holdings and adjacent properties acquisitions. This project is a little different than the other acquisition projects you'll see today. Instead of identifying specific properties we'd like to acquire, this grant is intended to give us a flexible source of funding to quickly acquire small critical properties and to take advantage of opportunities that arise throughout the next biennium. Due to the size and scope of these properties, they do not compete against the big projects that are presented as standalone grants. However, this is the most important grant we ask for every 2 years. In fact, we've applied for and received funding to acquire in-holdings every biennium since 1996. That includes 14 separate grants, and they've made an enormous difference to our state park system. This map shows the locations of the 66 purchases we've made or assisted with in-holdings grants over the years. Here's a breakdown of the in-holdings projects we've completed in the last 4 biennium. Depending on property location, price, size, and amenities, we're typically able to complete 3 to 6 projects per in-holdings grant. Oops. Oh, we're skipping ahead here. Hold on. There we go. How does a property make the in-holdings and adjacent properties list? Many of our parks have gone through a public planning process called Classification and Management Planning, or CAMP for short. One of the products of CAMP is a long-term park boundary. These long-term boundaries have helped us identify some potential in-holding and adjacent property acquisitions. Another way properties make it to our in-holdings list are requests by park managers when they have management issues, such as boundary line encroachments or matters of public safety. Question number 1, public need. Acquiring in-holdings and adjacent properties align with our agency's strategic plan, which includes expanding recreation by improving trails and park services that meet the needs of a growing and increasingly diverse population, protecting ecosystems and habitat for long-term sustainability, obtain and effectively manage resources needed to create and sustain an exceptional park system. In fact, we only acquire the highest priority projects on our in-holdings list, and to be ranked high, A potential acquisition will need to resolve management issues, protect natural or cultural resources, or expand recreation. Since we don't know yet what properties we'd acquire with this grant, here are a few example acquisition projects that are currently on the in-holdings list. The first example property is the Lower Lump parcel at Forks of the Sky State Park in Snohomish County, 57 miles northeast of downtown Seattle. This is a priority target property that lies in the middle of the park, just outside the town of Index, Washington. Within and adjacent to Forks of the Sky State Park property is an area known collectively as the Index Town Walls. This area is one of the premier rock climbing destinations in the Pacific Northwest. In 2010, the Washington Climbers Coalition, in partnership with the Access Fund and the American Alpine Club, raised money to purchase the 20-acre Lower Town Wall parcel from a private property owner. Currently, negotiations are underway as Washington Climbers Coalition is intending to donate the Lower Town Wall property to state parks for permanent management. Just next door is the Lower Lump parcel. Lower Lump is known as one of the best crags at Index. Washington Climbers Coalition purchased this parcel in late 2023, continuing their commitment to protect the conservation and recreational resources of the Index Town Walls. The Washington Climbers Coalition is willing and ready to sell the property to Washington State Parks as another addition to Forks of the Sky. The donation of the neighboring Lower Town Wall parcel will be considered match for this acquisition. The second example property is the Syverson property at Battleground Lake State Park in Clark County, about 29 miles from downtown Portland. Battleground Lake State Park is a busy, full-service, 299-acre park that offers overnight camping, lake activities, hiking, biking, and equestrian trails. There is a lack of park housing at Battleground Lake, which provides challenges for rangers to maintain the park and limits their availability for park visitors. Directly across from the main entrance to the park is the Syverson property. This 2-acre parcel includes a ranch-style home and shop space. Mr. Syverson contacted park staff a few years ago, asking if there would be interest to purchase his home in the future. Adding this residential property to the park would help remedy the housing issue, and the location is ideal. Question number 2, project significance. The individual properties we acquire with the in-holdings grant are usually small, but they all support our statewide acquisition and development strategy. They help us expand recreation for a growing population, which hits 4 goals of our strategy: places to be, stories to know, things to do, and ways to grow. And they protect natural and cultural resources, which is something for everyone and improves the quality of life for all Washingtonians. For an example of how we will use the in-holdings grant to expand recreation for a growing population, let's look at an in-holdings project we're currently working on. Wallace Falls State Park is located in Snohomish County, about 50 miles northeast of Seattle. This park is very popular for its 17 miles of hiking and biking trails. The Wallace Falls parking lot gets very busy on nice weekends, with park users often parking on both sides of Lay Road when the parking lot is full. State Parks is planning to use current 2020 in-holdings grant money to acquire property from the adjacent Camp Houston. 2.96 acres will be used for proposed parking lot expansion. Wallace Falls is a place to be, providing opportunities to experience 2 lakes and the majestic waterfalls, has many things to do, including hiking, biking, birdwatching, rock climbing, and kayaking. Ways to grow in that this recreational space is within an hour from Seattle and invites novices to come enjoy, and something for everyone, in that accessibility to landscapes such as these improve the quality of life for all Washingtonians. Question number 3, acquisition priority. Large, expensive acquisitions are often purchased from large organizations. Often, they can work with our typical acquisition timeframe, which takes a long time under the best circumstances and may stretch for several biennia. Smaller acquisitions, like those typically acquired with the in-holdings grant, often do not have that luxury. When a property goes on the market or a critical management issue arises, we don't have years to act. One property that we purchased with in-holdings grant funds in 2021 was essential for the completion of the Beverly Bridge on the Palouse to Cascades Trail. During the reconstruction project, the project manager expressed a need for a materials staging area on the east side of the bridge. Parks real estate team contacted the owner of a 1-acre vacant parcel adjacent to the Palouse to Cascades Trail in the town of Beverly. The property owner was happy to work with State Parks, and we quickly worked through our process to acquire the parcel with in-holdings grant money. The parcel was used as a staging area with future tentative plans for a Beverly Palouse to Cascades trailhead. This property was a perfect example of how important flexible in-holding funds are to state parks. Question 5 is on sustainability and environmental stewardship. The answer to this will vary a lot depending on which properties are acquired. A property from the in-holdings list known as Christensen property lies along the Klickitat Trail. Agricultural and rural development have impacted the oak pine habitat in Klickitat County. According to the 2022 U.S. National Vegetation Classification, the Central Columbia Gorge oak pine habitat is considered significantly threatened due to activities such as grazing, fire suppression, homesteading, and logging. Acquiring the 117-acre Christensen property will protect threatened habitat and improve the trail experience by removing the eyesore along the trail. Question number 6, expansion or a phase project. In-holdings grant funds are by definition used for existing parks as a phased acquisition, making progress toward expanding and improving state park properties. They help us implement our camp plans, long-term boundaries, park visions, and remedy management issues. Each one is always an expansion or phase project. Question 7, project support. Both landowners of the example properties that I shared today, they contacted us wanting to sell their property. And we've received letters of support from 9 conservation and recreation nonprofits as supporting partners for property acquisitions and donations. Question 8, partnerships or match. Again, this will depend on the specific properties acquired with this grant, but we do often have partners in match. As I mentioned earlier, the Washington Climbers Coalition donation of the Lower Town Wall parcel will be considered match toward the purchase of the neighboring parcel. We work closely with a variety of land trust organizations. Sometimes they will purchase a property and hold it for us until we can secure grant funding. Private individuals partnering with us as sellers are an important part of building our state park legacy. In the 21-23 biennia, we had over $860,000 of land value generously donated. And question number 9, readiness to proceed. Since 1995, the in-holdings and adjacent properties grants have had a lot of success. We've completed 66 acquisitions totaling over 1,000 acres. Currently, we have 1 dedicated staff member working specifically on acquisitions supported by a hardworking real estate team and a prioritized list of properties we'd like to move on with willing sellers. We're ready, have a proven track record, and appreciate your partnership with us. So thank you, and I'm ready for questions.
Great, thanks, Tanya. All right, any questions or clarifications needed? The in-holdings project. Jamie, go ahead.
Thank you, Tanya. Could you, on public need, you talked about how kind of how you rank the properties and that you're only acquiring the top ranked ones. And so you mentioned that some of the factors you use to rank them are that they have to expand recreation, address management issues, and what were
Resolve management issues, and let's see, what else did I have in there? Skip to that.
Oh, great, thank you.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Thanks. Other questions? More information needed for this one? No? All right. Catherine? Oh, you're muted, Catherine.
Just a quick question on readiness to proceed. I see that there's a match on the lower lump property acquisition. I'm wondering how typical that is for, like, just in general for some of the other, possible projects that would be used with this money.
Yeah, sometimes we do have, landowners who are willing to donate some of the land value. We've had others who've donated timber value. Yeah, like before, it really depends on the acquisition and the landowner. But we have had instances like that.
Yeah, I think there was one in the last round down at Battleground Lake. Didn't that seller
Yes,
donated
Davenport
a portion
property.
of
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it happens from time to time. It's always welcome. We won't turn them down.
Definitely not.
All right. Well, thank you, Tanya. I don't see any other hands up, so appreciate you joining us.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. We'll see you. Okay, moving right. We have Mount Spokane. It looks like Andrew's here. Hello, Andrew. Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, now I can. Yeah. All right, let me launch this one for you.
Okay, and I just click to advance, do I?
Yeah, I'm gonna hand you control. So go ahead and click on the screen now and see if you can take that.
There we go.
All right.
Yep, that's it. Okay.
All right, well, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, good afternoon. I'm Andrew Fielding, and I'm the Eastern Region Steward for State Parks. I'm based out of the Eastern Region office in Wenatchee, and today I'll be presenting information on the Riley Creek property at Mount Spokane State Park. Oh, back there. The grant request is to purchase 120 acres of forested property at Mount Spokane State Park. The park lies approximately 25 miles from downtown Spokane, and the acquisition contains existing trails that form part of the summer and winter trail system and was originally identified over 20 years ago to be included in the park. On the screen here is a map showing the outline of Mount Spokane State Park, and the project location is highlighted in red, which is close to the main entrance of the park. For anyone not familiar with Mount Spokane, it is truly a year-round recreational destination containing miles of hiking, horse riding, mountain biking trails in the summer, and in the winter there's downhill ski area, snowshoeing, Nordic trails, and a view across Idaho to Montana. So Mount Spokane is Washington's largest state park at 12,553 acres. The top of Mount Spokane is 5,883 feet, and the park contains other peaks like Mount Kit Carlson, Day Mount Spokane, Quartz Mountain, and Ragged Ridge. The park has long been an important tribal location and is a traditional cultural property. It became a state park in 1927 and was developed by the Civilian Conservation Corps. Even close to 100 years ago, the park was noted as so popular that historic reports talk about the Department of Health coming in to help with cleanup before facilities were built. As you can see, there's a significant amount of trails at this park. The property, then the grant application, is a 120-acre inholding, completely surrounded by park ownership. It sits north of Bear Creek Lodge at the entrance to the park. It has been partly logged by the owners in the last 20 years. A key aspect of this parcel is that it's close to Bear Creek Lodge and will allow easy access for groups. So question 1, public need. Parks has wanted to acquire this property for decades, and it was included in formal planning 20 years ago. Of the 3 complete in-holdings identified, this is the second to be purchased since 2003. It is included in the Mount Spokane Classification and Management Plan and is identified as part of the long-term boundary. This went through an extensive public outreach and stakeholder input. The trails on the property are identified in the park's 2014 Comprehensive Trail Plan. Components of this acquisition, like trail connection and accessibility, were identified in Spokane County's 2020 Strategic Plan. Throughout that public planning process, for the plan, expanding and enhancing open space in Spokane County was the #1 priority requested by the public. The county plan references Mount Spokane 15 times in their document. Other plans with overlapping goals include the 2009 Habitat Study and the 2007 Forest Health Assessment. In regards to State Parks acquisition and development strategy, this project supports the following goals. Goal 1, places to be. It connects people with Washington's iconic landscapes. Mount Spokane is an iconic park in the system, and it's also the dramatic mountain backdrop to the city of Spokane. If you look statewide at public lands in counties, Spokane County is severely lacking. King County is 50% public land. Chelan County, with 80,000 people, has 1.5 million acres of public land. Okanagan County, 42,000 people, 1.5 million acres of land. Spokane County, 558,000 people, only 113,000 acres of land. It is one of the lowest public land per person in the country. Stories to engage people in Washington stories. This mountain is designated a traditional cultural property and has been used by the inhabitants of the area since time immemorial. There is also the story of Francis Cook, who originally bought the land and built a road to the top with the goal of getting people to see the mountain. The park has many civilian conservation corps structures, and visitors get to see wildlife, including moose, bear, and experience subalpine forests, meadows, views across Idaho into the Cabinet Mountains of Montana. Goal 3, things to do. This property will provide access to some of the most diverse recreation opportunities of any state park, including hiking, equestrian, mountain biking, camping, bird watching, wildlife viewing, downhill skiing, snowshoeing, Nordic skiing, and very important, huckleberry picking. Back that one. Project significance. Goal 4, ways to go. One of the key components of this acquisition is to provide an easily accessible location and an introductory area to recreation combined with the Bear Creek Lodge next to it. People new to the park or unfamiliar with activities like snowshoeing can be provided with a safe first-time experience. Goal 5, something for everyone. Mount Spokane is accessible by a population of 500,000. This property will help the public and underserved communities experience summer and winter recreation. And this photo here shows the new north-south freeway that will significantly reduce times to the mountain and increase visitation when it's opened in the near future here. Question 3, acquisition priority. Acquiring the property soon is a priority. The property forms part of a key connection in the park and has 2 trails used for summer and winter recreation that come into Bear Creek Lodge, which is pictured here but is not part of this grant application. This lodge is under park's ownership. In the future, Bear Creek will provide an introductory and welcoming experience to Mount Spokane. Bear Creek holds the potential as a transportation hub for public transportation from Spokane, and the Riley Creek property next to it offers the opportunity for partnerships to provide introductory experiences, particularly in winter recreation. Being just 25 miles from downtown Spokane allows a large population easy access and allows parks to provide recreation experiences to a very diverse population. Currently, the property is in private ownership by a forestry company. In recent years, forestry land has become a favorite investment for private equity companies, and frequently properties like this change hands rapidly without ever coming onto the open market. This area is zoned to allow 1 residence per 20 acres, and the value may be worth more to be subdivided if it was ever sold. With power on site and an easement through existing park property, development of this land would close down popular winter and summer recreation trails and impact activities at Bear Creek, where an easement would allow a formal access road to be developed through park property. The acquisition is an important property to protect wildlife corridors and streams and water quality for future climate change. Resource stewardship. This property at this time has 2 trails that make up part of the summer and winter recreation uses. No major development is envisioned. The acquisition will allow parks to manage this in a consistent manner with other adjacent properties that are currently under large-scale forest health projects at Mount Spokane. The long-term boundary designation in camp is already resource recreation, and this will provide a high level of protection and natural resource management. The plan would be to maybe do some thinning as the property regenerates from logging that was done 15 to 20 years ago. The property also has at least 3 mapped creeks that flow through, and protection of these for water quality and climate change will be a priority. You can see from this area where the buffers were left during the logging. The diverse open meadow, forested and creek landscape will offer opportunities for education that are close to the facilities of Bear Creek and very suitable for school groups. Expansion and phase project. This parcel is an important acquisition that has been through a public planning process 20 years ago and is still supported today. It is part of a larger plan to acquire the in-holdings at Mount Spokane and is closely tied to the Bear Creek property acquisition and part of the overall vision for that property. On this slide, you can see it is adjacent to Bear Creek and will form a key connecting piece, opening up many opportunities for the public. Additionally, this is phase 1 of a 2-part acquisition with the Riley Creek, and phase 2 will include a 180-acre property on Day Mount Spokane in the future. The project has strong statewide and local community support. As you can see here, there are many groups with interest and support for this project, and we have letters of support on file in the application for Friends of Mount Spokane, Spokane Mountaineers, the Lions Council, Evergreen, City of Spokane. As a parcel that has existing trails that cross the property, Parks already has partnerships that it works together with to maintain summer and winter recreation. These existing partnerships will be continued if the property is acquired. Last year, there were over 2,500 hours of volunteering at the park. Parks also works with the Airway Heights Department of Correction crew in conjunction with the DNR to do forest thinning at Mount Spokane. The program helps provide training to inmates and has been an incredible benefit to Parks, and is anticipated that if this property is acquired, the corrections crew partnership Parks would be leveraged for stewardship work. These partnerships would help Parks meet goals identified in the strategic plan of achieving a healthy, sustainable park system, natural resource protection, and providing recreation, cultural, and interpretive opportunities people want. Readiness to proceed. We have held meetings with Riley Creek and have had ongoing correspondence relating to these properties. A written document is in the grant application from Riley Creek indicating they are a willing seller. A preliminary title search has been carried out and a review of critical county ordinance and zoning, and no issues or encumbrances were found. The proximity to human population. One of the more compelling aspects of this project is the proximity to populations on a national level. There are very few parks of this size, and especially with winter recreation opportunities that are close to a city with a diverse population. Spokane area contains 500,000 people, and the mountain is within 25 miles, in an area where public lands are not as common as other parts of the state. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thanks, Andrew. All right, questions, clarifications needed.
Could we go back to the partnerships and match slide for just a minute?
Yeah.
I just wanted to see it again.
I think I'm doing it and you're doing it, Carl. I'll just take my hands off the computer here.
Okay, yeah, I thought let's see, partnerships right there.
And so you did not have a match, but you've got some partnerships. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. Mount Spokane has an incredible amount of partnerships that are key to the park operation. And as you saw in the slide before on project support, those project support are almost the partnership or matches as well, or many of them. And so there is no cash match, but there is a lot of volunteer time, and also our DNR Department of Corrections partnership as well.
Ryan, go ahead. Ryan, I can see your hands up, but there you are. Now you're muted. Maybe you were just waving.
Okay, sorry, my thing was up.
Oh, gotcha.
So, I'm sorry for the delay. So a quick question on the last piece, readiness to proceed, Andrew. I couldn't quite discern if you said you had what type of agreement you had with Riley Creek landowner. Was it a letter of support? I wasn't sure if it was what that was.
It is a document indicating they are a willing seller. It is
Willing
not
seller.
Yeah. And we've been in many meetings with them over. They are a partner for recreation in state parks, both Mount Spokane and Crawford Caves, and so we have ongoing meetings with them all the time. And this has been one project that has been discussed for many years.
Great, thank you for the clarification.
Paul, go ahead.
Hi, Andrew. Nice work. Hey, could you maybe elaborate a little bit on how this acquisition fits within the kind of the recreational context for Mount Spokane?
Yeah, so there's two sort of parts to this. One is the trails that connect through this property that are an important part of both summer and winter recreation. So there's that component. And then also the development of Bear Creek Lodge will sort of allow this, when the plan is finished, a easy entry to recreation. So it'll be a hub where people come into in the park, and will be close to facilities where we could possibly have concessions or outside groups run introductory stuff for hiking, snowshoeing, and other stuff. And the Riley Creek property will be sort of the trail system behind there that we'd be able to use for that. And so there's mountain biking, hiking, winter recreation. A lot of stuff runs through there, and you can see it connects into that trail system just above there, and so is an important connector for that. The other thing here is that Mount Spokane is different drainages that run out from the mountain, and so we have looked at other options for those trails, but physically it would be very difficult to locate them on either side of that parcel due to the steepness and topography. And so it really is a key parcel in a extremely popular trail system that once that north-south freeway is built, is going to be even more incredibly popular than it already has been.
Awesome. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, anything else needed on this one? Okay, looks like we're good. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for everyone's time, and I appreciate the opportunity to present the project. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. See you later.
Okay, bye.
All right, back over to the west side, Miller Sylvania. Janet, are you going to present this one?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this would be one where you'd want to recuse yourself from scoring.
Yes.
So it'll be an opportunity for us to test that new tool to make sure it's working okay. So that's good. All right, I will pass you controls. There you go. Go ahead and click on the screen, see if that works for you. All right.
I think I have control.
Great. All right, well, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Janet Halstead. I'm the area manager for Miller Sylvania Area Parks. And today I'm presenting the Miller Sylvania Trail Improvements Grant. State Parks is applying for a $1,076,000 grant to develop a 280-foot boardwalk, replacing a failing bridge and boardwalk that are critical to the trail user experience at Miller, Sylvania. It's critical because it links a 140-site campground to a popular 8-mile trail system that visitors enjoy for a variety of recreational activities. This is the current condition of the site. There is rotting infrastructure sitting in the wetlands. The trail has been closed for over a year, and it is an unsightly safety issue. The park is located in Thurston County, just 10 miles south of Olympia. And it's a popular park, receiving over 550,000 visitors annually. And then this is just a closer view of the park with the project area located right here. All these little dots represent our campground. Our day use area is down here along the lake, and we have a trail system that goes around the perimeter of the park, and then includes several loops through forested area on the north and northwestern side of the park. Public need. As stated earlier, Miller Sylvania State Park hosts over 500,000 visitors annually who enjoy the lake access, trails, historic structures, and campgrounds within the park. Direct access to the trails from this busy campground has been closed for over a year and will remain closed until a new boardwalk is constructed. The management plan for the park identifies trail development and use management as a priority. Specifically, it states, improve water crossings, turnpikes, bridges to consistently allow year-round use of trails. In addition, this project aligns with priorities identified in the 2023 State Recreation and Conservation Plan. These include the following goals. Washington's public lands, trails, waters, and outdoor recreation resources feel safe, welcoming, and inclusive to all. This trail development will provide an accessible opportunity for visitors to view and experience wetland habitat, and is the first phase in providing ADA access for campers to the park's trail system. Goal 3.1, public lands and outdoor recreation is supported as critical infrastructure and an essential public service. Developing this boardwalk will enhance and preserve an existing trail route that is critical for campers to access the remaining trail system in the park, provide an accessible experience to the park's wetlands, and help promote a healthy activity for park visitors. And goal 4.4, existing outdoor recreation facilities meet the needs of current and future recreation users. This project will reopen a trail segment that has been closed for over a year, restoring a trail experience for current and future visitors to the park. This just shows another perspective of the site. Our campground is in this forested area up here. The project location is crossing this stream and wetland right through here to connect with existing trails that are off the screen. Project significance. This trail development project supports several of the state park strategic goals. Places to be. The project provides access to northwest wetland environments and lowland forests where visitors can see wildlife and unique plant species. For things to do, the project provides opportunities for hiking, jogging, biking, and wildlife viewing. Walking and hiking on trails and wildlife or nature viewing are two of the top 4 most popular recreational activities in Washington state. Ways to grow. This is adjacent to a camping and glamping facilities that are perfect for people new to camping. The trail allows for visitors to create shorter or longer walking or hiking routes, depending on their experience and fitness levels. The park is located within 5 miles of an urban area, providing quick access to hiking opportunities for those who might not feel comfortable driving long distances to participate in a new activity. Something for everyone. This trail project will be ADA accessible and will be open to hikers and bicyclists. Project design. This project is designed to minimize impact to the associated wetlands and stream in which it is located. An old deteriorating boardwalk and bridge structure will be removed and replaced with a new boardwalk structure that is supported by 2 and 4-inch pin piles. This will elevate the boardwalk slightly higher than the existing, providing better water flow, light, and space for vegetation to grow. The higher boardwalk will also accommodate water fluctuations due to beaver dam activity and/or climate change. In 2021, State Parks hired a consultant to develop the design and proposed 2 options for parks to pursue. We are moving forward with the pin pile design that will support a 6-foot wide boardwalk with recycled composite decking. The portion crossing over the stream will have handrails on the sides, that's shown in this drawing down here. The remaining stretch of boardwalk will have bull rails along the edges. The drawings are attached to the project and show 90% design completion. The projected lifespan of this project is over 20 years. The existing boardwalk is not ADA accessible or even wide enough for 2 people to comfortably pass each other. The new boardwalk will be 6 feet wide and have accessible ramps at either end for easy access onto the structure. This is phase 1 of several in providing ADA access from the campground to other accessible trails in the park. It also serves as a destination in itself with unique wetland viewing opportunities. This project will encourage a more diverse group of visitors in terms of ability to enjoy an iconic aspect of the park. Resource stewardship. The project is located in an area of the park with a land use classification of resource recreation, which allows for natural and agricultural resource-based medium intensity and low intensity outdoor recreational use, such as trails. With this project, we will remove deteriorating construction materials from the wetland, and the design, as I mentioned earlier, will allow for more light and water flow through the wetland. The pin piles that we will be using will be driven into the boggy soil, minimizing excavation. Measures will be in place to minimize sediment traveling down the waterway, as well as containing debris during demolition work. The wider boardwalk will provide room for people to pass each other, eliminating the need to step off the boardwalk into the wetland. Providing this access will decrease the temptation for visitors to create social trails while seeking out other areas to cross the creek. Expansion or phased project. Park planners have selected this site as an optimal opportunity to create ADA access from the campground to accessible trails already existing in the park. Installing this new boardwalk will accomplish the first step in making this a reality. The next phase will include an additional boardwalk or compacted gravel on trails leading to the existing service road. So here's our project site. These are existing trails. Our service road is this main straight looking trail through here. And then several of these loops are already flat, wide, and compacted surfaces. So we need to make this connection right here in our next phase. This project is supported by multiple entities who utilize, volunteer on, and value the trail system at Miller-Sylvania State Park. It is also supported by our agency, which is committed to funding the cost of the permits up to $10,000. And for partnerships or match, as I mentioned, we've committed up to $10,000 to obtain the permits if this project is funded, and the agency has already dispersed over $25,000 for construction design. State parks have already completed 90% design, SEPA, and cultural resources review. Permits will be applied for in January of 2025. Upon receiving funds, Parks will proceed to finalize construction drawings. And when final plans and permits are obtained, we anticipate construction during the fall of 2026. And here is a sample of what visitors will see from the completed boardwalk if it's funded. And this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Nice, thanks, Janet. All right, any questions, clarifications needed on this one? Paul, do you have something? Or just turned on your video? Well, someone's got to have a really hard question for Janet.
I'll go. I'll go.
All right.
I had to think about that. So I thank you, Janet. I thanks for adding to. I had a question there about the design and whether it was designed to basically allow for fluctuations in water level. Because I know when I was out there last, we talked about the robust beaver population in that area. So that's awesome. I did have a question and maybe I'm stealing Emily's, about interpretive opportunities and whether that had been discussed at all here for this site. And if not,
it's not included with this grant, but there's always an opportunity. I mean, something could be placed, at the beginning of the trail, or we actually have right now a virtual interpretive trail throughout the park. So we could definitely add this as a site on that for folks to use, relatively easy without any kind of impact to the land or the structure. So I'm never ruling out the possibility of adding interpretive features, but this grant is specifically just for getting a substantial redevelopment of this trail.
Yep. Perfect. Thanks, Janet.
Yep.
Thank you. Other questions or clarifications? No, we got it. Pretty straightforward. I know a lot of wetlands down there you have to deal with. And on the interpretation, if funded and you're a little under budget, that's a really easy thing to add to the scope of work. It's like, hey, we got $10,000 left over. Let's do some interpretive signage and or wayfinding, whatever you need. So
okay, sure, that'd be awesome. Right.
Good. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Everybody.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah. We are ahead of schedule, have arrived at a break. Why don't we come back at 2:05, like 14 minutes? Is that good? And we'll try to get our other presenters here a little early. Russell, could you reach out to Alexandra and Genevieve?
Yeah, sure will.
Sweet. So yeah, so come on back at 2:05 and hopefully we'll get them here and we can stay ahead of schedule. Thanks. righty, welcome back, everybody. Alexandra is here. Thank you for jumping on a little early. Welcome.
Thanks. Yeah, no problem.
All right, I'm going to pull up your PowerPoint for you. View controls.
Okay.
There we go. All right, go ahead and click on the screen, see if you can take that. There we go.
Yep.
All righty, well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name's Alexandra Sullivan, and I'm a parks planner at Washington State Parks. Today, I'm excited to share with you our proposal for an equestrian parking lot and trailhead at Battleground Lake State Park. Battleground Lake is in the city of Battleground in Clark County in Southwest Washington. Battleground is 26 miles from the Portland-Vancouver metro area. Here's Battleground Lake State Park. The park is 280 acres with around 5 miles of hiking trails throughout the park. Camping and day use is centered around the lake. There's a group camp and a horse camp to the north of the park. The site of this project is in the southwest corner of the park, adjacent to Palmer Road, as shown in gray. Battleground Lake State Park is a popular destination for camping, swimming, fishing, and horseback riding. In 2023, the park saw 327,000 day-use visitors and 27,000 overnight visitors. This project improves the visitor experience for everyone by diverting equestrian parking to a specialized lot on the other side of the park from the day-use area near the lake. Battleground Lake is one of the few places in the area where the public can access water for swimming. It is also a very popular site for equestrian use. Park staff report that on busy summer days, the day-use parking lot and parking loop is full by 10 a.m. This has led to user conflicts at the site. Equestrians and day-use visitors unable to park, trailers boxed in by cars without adequate room to load or tack their horses, and situations that compromise safety for everyone. Diverting traffic away from the center of the park will allow everyone to have a better experience and allow for more visitation from the general public as well as equestrian users. The need for an equestrian parking lot is reflexive of many of our planning documents and policies. Our strategic plan specifically asks us to collect and analyze customer data to improve park services and facilities. I've undertaken a survey of equestrian users of the park and across the state for this grant application that has provided invaluable information. Their input was included in the design of the parking lot, and I will discuss the survey results throughout this presentation. The need for an equestrian parking lot at Battleground was also identified in our 10-year capital plan, where our park staff, development team, and agency leadership prioritized this project. This grant also addresses many statewide objectives. The number one barrier to outdoor recreation identified through RCO's statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan survey with 82% of respondents was too many people. 58% of SCORP respondents cited more parking when asked what could get them outdoors more often. We asked survey respondents who had been to Battleground Lake State Park to rate trailer parking on a scale from 1 to 5. While respondents had a favorable impression of the trails at Battleground, 72% rated trailer parking as either poor or somewhat poor. 64% of respondents of the survey said that spacious trailer parking was the most important amenity for them. 72% of respondents stated that parking difficulty was their biggest concern in relation to trail use. Okay, now to project significance. This project meets 3 of the 5 acquisition and development strategy goals: things to do, ways to grow, and something for everyone. The acquisition and development strategy specifically describes horseback riding as a recreational mainstay, the fundamental types of recreation that Washington State Park provides. Equestrian users rely on state parks to provide trail access. The survey found that 81% of equestrian users rode on state-owned public land, far more than any other type of land. 88% of surveyed riders identified that they rode on trails several times a month or more. 56% said they trail rode once a week or more. Providing facilities that allow this type of trail use to occur is vital for equestrians who are heavy trail users. We meet ways to grow in 2 ways. Battleground Lake State Park provides an equestrian trail experience that is ideal for beginning trail riders and inexperienced horses. The 5 miles of trails at Battleground Lake are relatively easy, with broad trails and little elevation change or major obstacles, and represent the kind of trails that equestrians use most often. Most riders from our survey said they rode 4 to 7 miles on an average trail ride. We also heard that a local 4-H club used Battleground Lake's horse camp, showcasing the park as a great place for youth in the community to learn horsemanship skills. Secondly, Battleground Lake is located only 26 miles from the Portland-Vancouver metro area. The creation of the equestrian parking lot not only impacts the equestrian users, but the average park visitor, who would have more room to park and less potential for conflict, improving access for all our visitors. The park functions as an urban gateway, and the population in the Portland-Vancouver area is more diverse than in the area directly surrounding the park. This project supports something for everyone, which asks us how state parks benefits all Washingtonians. Consider horses as cultural heritage. Horses have played an important part in nearly every culture on Earth. Now that horses are no longer used primarily for transportation, horses and the culture that surrounds them have undergone an evolution from utility to a way that people connect with their culture, family, history, and traditions. If we own horses, we need to provide them with somewhere to go. 96% of those surveyed ride horses on trails, and in order to have a trained and happy horse, it is vital to have access to public lands. As horses are allowed in fewer and fewer locations, creating space for horses benefits us all, so we can maintain this connection to our shared past. On to project design. On the left is the existing Palmer lot, essentially just a small grassy clearing that can fit only 2 or 3 trailers with no space to turn around that is only open seasonally due to mud. The right shows the expanded footprint of the parking lot area. There are no known wetlands in the area and few existing trees. The work site is a grassy expanse bordered by forest, and the park trail system can be accessed on the north end of this field. And this image shows our conceptual design for the updated equestrian parking lot. The parking lot would be composed of asphalt and coated with a slip-resistant slurry emulsion, improving traction for horses. We used the Equestrian Design Guidebook for a solution that reduces risk while providing a low-maintenance surface that maximizes space through striped parking stalls. Consulting with our parks and engineering staff, we determined that the surface has a precedent for use in our agency. Other equestrian parking lots have successfully been implemented and engineered, and operations staff find it easier to maintain. For example, our equestrian parking lots at Miller Peninsula and Nisqually feature similar design and surfacing. The lot includes an ADA accessible trailer stall for a total of 10 parking stalls designed for easy entrance and exit. Park staff felt that 10 spots would adequately accommodate equestrians on most occasions based on current use. Proposed parking spaces are wide to accommodate horses tied to the sides of trailers. The installation also includes an ADA mounting ramp, standard mounting block, and hitching rail. We will also install a vault toilet, a kiosk to display maps and trail information, and a manure shed in the southeast corner of the lot. Native landscaping is planted south of the lot to create a pleasant view from the road. Okay, nearly 20% of respondents said that they or someone they ride with has some form of disability. Our project exceeds ADA compliance by providing ADA parking, restrooms, and mounting ramp so all visitors can access and recreate at the park. We will also install a standard mounting block. Riders of all abilities use mounting blocks to safely mount horses. We also received several survey comments that described riding itself as a form of accommodation for those who are no longer able to access the outdoors due to age or disability, allowing those who otherwise couldn't visit our parks a way to experience the benefits of time spent in nature. When asked what sort of amenities would improve their ability to ride, 87 comments were received mentioning mounting blocks as a desired amenity. We will also use engineered wood fiber in the mounting area to provide safe cushioning in case of a fall while mounting. We're also including additional equestrian features, a hitching rail near the mounting blocks and a manure shed. Rustic split rail fencing will be installed along the road to dissuade loose horses from heading towards traffic. Fencing to the north will ensure that parking stays within the defined lot. Our engineers and capital team have worked to provide accurate cost estimates that budget for any potential inflation for when the project would begin in 2025. We are confident that this project can be completed within the 25-27 biennium within budget if funded. We do not anticipate any major difficulty in permitting the project. The site has no known wetlands or environmentally sensitive areas. We will complete a SEPA review, follow Cultural Resource Policy 2102, and apply for building permits through the county. In terms of resource stewardship, we intend to plant native landscaping along the road to reduce impacts to neighbors and improve the natural environment with native plant species. We are also aware that tall bugbane, a species of great concern, grows in the park. Our stewardship staff has confirmed that there are no rare plant communities near our work site. This project will also help us better understand cultural resources in the area. There have been no cultural resource surveys near the site. Funding this project will help us protect our cultural heritage. State Parks is also using this grant to expand stewardship at this site. If funded, State Parks will provide separate funding for the construction of nesting and bat boxes to help support conservation of wildlife in the area. We are also beginning to manage invasive weeds at the site and will incorporate best practices to reduce invasives through our construction process, leading to improved stewardship of our park because of this project. We anticipate this to be an unphased standalone project that can be completed within one biennium and will improve the quality of park visitation. However, the site is capable of supporting expansion in the area if there is a need in the future. As mentioned, this project included an innovative mode of outreach, a survey to better understand the needs and use patterns of equestrians. The survey consisted of 30 questions asking both specifically about Battleground Lake as well as equestrian trail needs and uses in general. We have had an astounding 1,248 respondents reach through local and statewide equestrian groups, flyers, and direct outreach. 42% of respondents had ridden at Battleground Lake. We received 1,839 comments when asked to provide clarity or additional information within the survey. Feedback from the survey helped to develop the design of the parking lot and confirmed what types of amenities are desirable for equestrians at trailheads and on trails. We also received letters of support from Backcountry Horsemen of Washington, the Washington Trail Riders Association, the Clark County Executive Horse Council, and the Whipple Creek Restoration Committee. Now to discuss our partners. The Washington Trail Riders Association currently does extensive trail work in the park, including brush clearing, trimming trails, pulling weeds, and maintaining and rebuilding trail tread. This group is very excited about the potential for a new equestrian parking lot and would continue to help our park staff with maintenance and upkeep to reduce costs to state parks for the new lot. Their knowledge and support was vital to the development of this grant. Provided we receive funding in July of 2025, we anticipate beginning design in our cultural resource survey that fall. Environmental permitting would take place the next spring. We would be at 90% design within the first year. Construction could then begin with completion of the project within the 2-year biennium. We anticipate the project being open to the public by July of 2027. And that's what I have for you. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Alexandra. All right, any questions or clarifications needed on this project? Was an impressive response rate on that survey. I don't know if I've ever seen one that. Did you target the equestrian community specifically with that?
Yeah, we talked to the local club and they really spread the survey statewide through Backcountry Horsemen. I'm a horse person too, so I know horse people love to talk about their horses. So I think it wasn't too hard to get people to participate, but I was impressed too that so many people took the time.
Yeah, that's great. Paul, go ahead.
Nice work, Alex. A quick question about the match or partnership portion. I know it sounds like several of the local equestrian groups are really interested in this project. And there's some ongoing, maybe like general partnership within the park, but are they specifically, I didn't catch, are they specifically pledging anything towards this project?
Yeah, there's no match for this specific project,
Okay.
but I think there's an understanding that they'll be helping with maintenance of the parking lot going forward.
Okay. Thanks, Alex.
Yeah.
It's a good question. Anything else on this one? And so we'll pull up your next one, moving a little bit
Okay.
to the north to the Willapa, Bridge 43. Security alert. I'll just say okay.
Hopefully it's working. Okay, good.
I'll say okay. I assume that's fine. You can see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotta pass control back to you. All right, go ahead and see if that works.
There it goes.
All right, well, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon. And I'll now share information on our grant proposal for improvements to Bridge 43 on the Willapa Hills Trail. Willapa Hills Trail is located in Southwest Washington, running from South Bend in the west to Chehalis in the east, adjacent to Route 6. The trail is 56 miles long. This map shows the location of Bridge 43 along the trail. It is located between the communities of Holcomb and Menlo. The project site is approximately 13 miles east of the trail termination in South Bend and is one of the 33 bridges located on the Willapa Hills Trail. Here's a closer look at the Bridge 43 location in relation to Highway 6. So here's what the bridge currently looks like: an 89-foot long, 14-foot wide, and 22-foot high railroad trestle that crosses Green Creek, a small tributary of the Willapa River. This bridge was built in the 1890s with the construction of the railroad line. It remains in a mostly unimproved state. The photo on the right shows the view of the bridge looking south. The bridge needs decking and railing improvements to provide safe access to this portion of the trail. Firstly, I will discuss how this project meets the public need criteria. The acquisition of the Willapa Hills Trail in 1993 began a 30-year project of adapting this rail line for recreational use. The plan for state parks development and management of this trail began in 1998 when we developed the Chehalis to South Bend Corridor Management Plan policies. These trail guidelines explain that the trail should be designed for safety and clarifies that trestles will be made safe through proper decking and railing design. I also refer to State Parks 22 strategic plan, which directs staff to keep parks vibrant, accessible, and well cared for, specifically calling for trails to be operational and well-maintained and for all health and safety standards to be met. The Washington State Parks Commission's 2024 priorities include priority number 8, which specifically mentions the Willapa Hills Trail and prioritizing strategic trail improvements, a direct mandate for projects like this to be undertaken. The Willapa Hills Trail is also mentioned in the 2020 Pacific County Comprehensive Plan, which specifically describes the work still needed in Pacific County: former railroad bridges requiring shoring up, decking, and safety rails. The trail's importance to the community is also mentioned in the City of Raymond's Comprehensive Plan. Okay, criteria 2 asks us to explore the project's significance and how it relates to State Parks' statewide acquisition and development strategy. The strategy has 5 components, and the Willapa Hill Trail meets 4 out of the 5. Stories to know, things to do, ways to grow, and something for everyone. The acquisition and development strategy specifically describes the aspect of Washington state history that State Parks hopes to highlight, and Willapa Hills Trail touches on many of these stories. This trail tells the story of communities and industry that grew along the railroads, ethnic immigration that followed, and the logging and agriculture industry in the area. The Willapa Hills Trail showcases some of Washington's most beautiful agricultural country, with historic barns, livestock, and pastoral landscapes being features of the trail. This project also meets our goal of things to do, providing Washington's recreational mainstays by providing the fundamental recreation that State Parks provides. The trail's main user base also represents the first 3 recreational mainstays described in the acquisition and development plan: walking or hiking, cycling, and horseback riding. When we look at the state comprehensive outdoor recreation plan for Washington, 90% of respondents engaged in walking, day hiking, or utilizing a mobility device on trailers, the most popular form of outdoor recreation surveyed. Wildlife and nature viewing and road cycling also came in among the top 20 activities. The Willapa Hills Trail provides the kind of outdoor recreation opportunities that are most popular in Washington. This project also supports Ways to Grow. By virtue of the trail's composition and location, Willapa Hills Trail is an ideal location for novices to get outdoors. The trail is flat with at most a 2% grade, making it a great trail for families or those with limited mobility. The acquisition and development strategy also specifically highlights cross-state trails and multi-park opportunities as examples of ways to grow. The Willapa Hills Trail provides connectivity to neighboring towns along the trail. Connectivity with Rainbow Falls State Park allows a departure or destination for those using the trail and provides an overnight camping spot for those who want to go on multi-day trail excursions. And finally, this project is significant by providing something for everything, improving the quality of life for all Washingtonians. The Willapa Hills Trail provides opportunities to improve the health of its residents by offering recreational opportunities in the places where they live and are easily accessible and help get people outdoors in rural areas that are primarily car dependent. Improving Bridge 43 makes the trail safer for those engaged in healthy recreational activities. Related to this, there is also a transportation benefit to the communities along the trail. Willapa Hills Trail creates the connectivity that allows for walking or biking to access local businesses, schools, and public services, and creates a healthier, more equitable society while reducing our reliance on fossil fuels. It's also important to note that Lewis and Pacific County are rural communities that could use economic growth. The potential for tourism and business opportunities along the trail are immense. There are already businesses along the trail that cater to recreational trail use. And finally, community identity. A sense of ownership and community has developed around the trail. Businesses that reflect the local culture, homes visible from the trail, and trail users who have a sense of ownership and pride all contribute to a sense of community and an understanding of place. Moving on to project design, I want to first touch on the existing conditions of Bridge 43. This is what the existing bridge looks like. There is gravel surfacing and no guardrails or any indication that there is a bridge besides the steep drop-off on either side. And in summer, when there is vegetation, you may not even be aware that you're crossing a bridge at all. On the left, you can see the support beams of the bridge, which will be assessed and repaired as needed. The trail can be accessed nearby at the Green Creek Road cutoff. The work site is flat and has already been disturbed. Bridges along Willapa Hills Trail were included in a structural engineering survey to assess their condition. Staff also had a site visit in February to review the condition of Bridge 43 and better understand the site and construction tasks associated with this project. This bridge is like many similar projects that have been completed on the Willapa Hills Trail, and we anticipate that this will be relatively straightforward based on our experience. The photo in the upper left shows the existing makeup of the bridge, a girder with wooden railroad ties and decking covered with gravel and organic surfacing. We anticipate the need to remove the gravel surfacing of the bridge, the decking, and the railroad ties. The girder will remain, and sleepers and 10-foot by 5-foot precast concrete panels will be installed. We have also determined that several of the rotten timber pieces of the abutment wall on either end of the bridge will need to be replaced. We would also install 54-inch railing recommended for equestrian trails and bollards, and then match the trail grading with some minor excavation and fill work. We will also be assessing and repairing the foundation of the bridge as needed. The bridge's foundation and piling appears to be in decent shape, but we have budgeted for work including structural framing or cross bracing replacement, a pile splice, and pile foundation repairs that have been needed on other bridge repair projects on the trail. Here's some examples of the design of existing bridges along the trail. Bridge 43 will be constructed in a uniform way, which creates a consistent user experience along the trail. Here's a conceptual rendered drawing of what the bridge will look like upon completion. Concrete panels will replace the gravel and safety railings and bollards will be installed. We do not anticipate issues permitting this project. However, the permits we will apply for will depend on whether we need to do work in water. We have adequately budgeted for that possibility. In the case of in-water work, additional permits are needed through federal agencies. The lead on cultural resources would become the Army Corps of Engineers, and the cultural resource assessment would be done through Section 106 instead of 2102. Shown here are the costs associated with this project, created in conjunction with our capital development staff. We believe this project will be able to be completed in budget within the 25-27 biennium. Now I want to touch on ways that this project promotes resource stewardship. As part of this project, we will do a cultural resource survey at the site. Previous surveying occurred over 10 years ago. Through cultural resource surveys, we are better able to protect archaeological and historical resources. The rail line itself is historic, and improvements of the trail have been done to protect the historical integrity of the structures while rehabilitating them for recreation as a multi-use trail. By state parks owning this trail, we are allowing this cultural landscape to educate our visitors on how the railroad influenced the area. Washington State Parks takes its mission to care for Washington's most treasured lands, waters, and historic places seriously in any development project. In the writing of this grant, we have included our stewardship and environmental staff for consistent input and feedback on the project. All parks development projects will go through the SEPA review process to determine what impacts any project action will have on the environment. Through this process, engineers can amend design plans to ensure that environmental effects are minimal. The project is also reviewed by other agencies through environmental permitting, and Parks is budgeted for potential mitigation if there are found to be environmental impacts. This map shows the different grants to date that have made up the phases of the project. Have contiguous trail access from Chehalis to South Bend through improving surfaces and repairing bridges. In addition to grants from RCO, we have also used capital funds to make improvements to the trail. For example, the Littell Bridge in Chehalis was completed last spring in a joint effort with the Department of Transportation and the local community to create a safe crossing over Route 6. The development of this trail has been a long phased process over the last 30 years of state parks management. Willapa Hills Trail also ties into trail routes in both Lewis and Pacific County, providing connectivity to broader trail systems within local communities. There are also conceptual plans to find ways to connect the Willapa Hills Trail to other rails to trail systems, like the state park's own Palusta Cascades Trail that goes from Cedar Falls to the Idaho border across eastern Washington. If that connection was completed, the Willapa Hills Trail could connect even more broadly to the Great American Rail Trail, a cross-country rails to trail system that could span from Washington State all the way to Washington, D.C. We have received letters of support from the Lewis County Community Trails Association, a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the quality of life through healthy activities for Lewis County area citizens. Lewis County Community Trails is the primary sponsor of the Ride the Willapa event, an annual family-friendly, all ages and all abilities bike ride that takes place yearly on the Willapa Hills Trail. Another aspect of community support is the Willapa Hills Trail fans Facebook page. There are now over 3,000 members of this group with daily activity posting and commenting on their experiences of the trail. This community group posts photography of wildlife and landscapes, discusses trail conditions, promotes stewardship, and communicates with park staff to provide vital community input on this well-loved trail. This page shows the variety of organizations who have partnered with Washington State Parks on the Willapa Hills Trail. Improving this trail and keeping it well maintained is a community and regional effort that has involved the work, time, and funding from many agencies and organizations in the area. So on to project timeline. If this project is funded for the 2025 biennium, we will anticipate beginning the project with our cultural resource survey and design. Once we're at 60% design, we can begin our environmental permitting and SEPA process. We anticipate being at 90% design after the first year. Construction could then begin and the project would be complete by July of 2027 and open to the public. Thank you for your time today hearing about Bridge 43. I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. All right, questions, clarifications for this project? Paul, go ahead.
Twist my arm here. No. So thanks, Alex. I did have a question going back to maybe the expansion and phased, maybe it was the first slide in there. Trying to get at, there's this project, and I think there are several other, and earlier in the slideshow, you had a map showing other bridge locations where the bridges needed to be addressed, and I wasn't sure whether those bridge locations are being addressed under like the Pacific County Bridges project or something like this. So maybe could you elaborate on that?
Sure, yeah. I think the overall plan was to start in the east around Chehalis and develop the trail over time going from east to west. So most of the bridges up into this bridge are already done. And then there's further bridges towards Raymond that have not been addressed yet. So we're kind of, this is where we're at, is getting into Raymond or Pacific County and continuing to get that done. I do believe there was the Pacific County bridges that worked on several bridges. And I'm not sure about the trail development grant. I think that might have just been surfacing, but that's being undertaken now, I believe.
Okay, so so if this project is successful, then would we have like most everything done from Chehalis to Menlo? Is this kind of like one of the last remaining aspects of that whole stretch?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's
Okay.
accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Alex.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's a good question. This has been a long one, chipping away at getting this corridor all put together. So one of my first assignments at State Parks was working with Daniel Farber on some public meetings shortly after State Parks acquired the corridor. So it's pretty exciting to see it now getting developed. All right, any other thoughts or questions? All right. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate
Okay, thank you guys.
All right. See you later.
Bye.
All right. Hey, Genevieve, thank you for jumping on a little early.
Yeah, no problem.
We are headed back to the east side, Spokane area for an acquisition. And let me get you remote control. There you are. All right, go ahead and see if you can advance the slides there. Looking good.
All right.
All right, well, go ahead whenever you're ready.
There's a little delay.
Yeah.
All right, well, good afternoon, committee members. My name is Genevieve Dial. I'm a parks planner with Washington State Parks, and I'll be presenting today about an exciting acquisition opportunity to expand Riverside State Park with a property known locally as Glentana. Glentana is located in Northeast Washington in Spokane County and consists of 13 parcels totaling nearly 900 acres adjacent to Riverside State Park, as you can see outlined in yellow on the map here. This grant seeks 153 acres in the northeast corner of Glentana, leveraging 120 acres of donated match. This project also supplements another grant request in the WWRP Urban Wildlife Grant category for the remaining portions of Glentana. Glentana is located close to the eastern edge of Riverside State Park and is within easy access for over 500,000 people who call Spokane home, with less than a 10-mile drive from downtown. This map also displays the Spokane and Little Spokane rivers flowing both through Riverside State Park and the lower portions of Glentana. The Little Spokane River watershed is known as the Little Spokane River Natural Area, valued for its high-quality environmental features. These images show you the varied topography and diverse habitats of Glentana. From the riverbed and wetlands, Glentana rises up with grasslands, meadows, rocky outcroppings, and healthy forests, offering views of both Mount Spokane and vistas across the valley. The goal of this acquisition is to close a critical gap between the eastern edge of Riverside State Park and neighboring conservation and recreation lands owned by a local land trust, Inland Northwest Land Conservancy, and the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. These properties, known as Waikiki Springs Nature Preserve, shown in red on the map, and the Waikiki Springs Natural Area, shown in purple. Securing Glentana creates a seamless connection between adjacent public lands, expanding the Little Spokane River Natural Area and Riverside State Park. This map also shows the neighboring property owners and our project partners. Glentana sits just north of the Spokane Tribe of Indians property outlined in blue, and the Kalispel Tribe of Indians property shown in teal. Acquiring Glentana further protects environmental and cultural resources important to both tribes and furthers the mission of all entities involved. This project adds valuable public land to Spokane County's public land and open space inventory, which calls for an additional 13,000 open space acres to meet its level of service standard by 2037. Spokane County is at a deficit for public land as compared with other counties in the state. Glentana will also add to a 20-mile protected habitat corridor along the Spokane and Little Spokane rivers, vital for wildlife in the area. Closing this gap also ensures recreational trail connectivity, represented on this map with the white dotted trail lines. As you can see, a network of trails currently exists on either side of Glentana, and once connected, offers park users an expanded recreational experience. Riverside State Park receives over 1 million visitors each year. These high visitation rates result in adverse impacts on the natural resources in our park system. With rapid residential growth and outdoor recreation's growing popularity, local trailheads have been experiencing unprecedented traffic. Protecting Glentana will mean more trails for an expanding population, easing impacts on nearby trailheads and facilities that are often over capacity, particularly in peak season. Protecting Glentana supports and implements the goals of several local, regional, state, and tribal plans, including Spokane County's comprehensive plan and their Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, which specifically identifies goals and policies directly linked to this property by stating the need for wildlife and recreational connectivity and interest to acquire and preserve land along the Little Spokane River Natural Area from St. George's School to Fairwood neighborhood, exactly where Glentana is located. Goals of the project are also supported in City of Spokane's Sustainability Action Plan and the Upper Columbia United Tribes Phase 2 Salmon Reintroduction Plan. The Places to Be goal states that we should seek to acquire and develop places that connect people with iconic landscapes. Glentana includes nearly 2 miles of an aquifer-fed river and contiguous acreage of upland forests and open grasslands that contain priority species and habitats identified by the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. This property offers the opportunity to share 2 layers of history and cultural stories with park visitors. For countless generations, Spokane tribal families lived on this land and gathered with other tribes, sharing in the abundance of the salmon that swam in the Little Spokane River. And since the late 1800s, Glentana was owned by generations within one family with historical ties to the beginnings of Spokane. During our public outreach effort related to this project, the public has expressed an interest in learning more about the rich history of this site and has specifically requested interpretive signs about Glentana and its history. Things to do. Glentana offers many recreational mainstays by providing close-to-town access to walk, hike, picnic, explore, and view wildlife. As an urban gateway, Glentana invites new users and novices to the outdoors. Situated less than 10 miles from an urban center and even closer to neighborhoods and schools, Glentana offers a diverse set of ecosystems to explore and learn about, fostering that very connection to nature. Glentana offers an abundance of land to promote the physical and mental well-being of its visitors. By protecting this property from development, we are conserving vital habitat for important species and providing rich opportunities to educate the public about its natural systems and cultural heritage. With a trailhead less than a quarter mile from a public transit stop, it offers easy access for visitors without reliance on a personal vehicle. Glentana sits just outside the edge of Spokane County's urban growth boundary, depicted with the red line on the map on the right, putting it at risk to development pressure as Spokane County reassesses that very boundary during their upcoming comprehensive plan update. The image on the left shows a neighborhood that's sitting just outside of Glentana, showing you what the housing development pressure looks like. With population growth trends rising sharply in the region and growth pressure expanding from the city of Spokane northward, the risk to undeveloped land, and Glentana in particular, is mounting. There are also financial threats to this property. Last year, our partners with Inland Northwest Land Conservancy saw the risk to Glentana and acted quickly to protect it as bridge owners. But to do this, they had to take out a multi-million-dollar loan with high interest payments. However, they cannot carry this loan for long, and without reimbursement, Glentana will again be at risk. Access to Glentana is located near a mass transit stop, shown in blue on the map in front of you. That stop sits just outside the Fairwood neighborhood, north of Spokane. This property is easily accessed with public transportation within blocks of that existing trail map. The Nature Conservancy scored portions of Glentana's river corridor with a higher climate resiliency rating as compared to surrounding areas due to its riparian canopy of vegetation and its cold, clean, aquifer-fed river habitat, ideal for cold water fish species. The protection of this property adds a critical link of Tier 1 habitat to a larger 15,000-acre protected recreation and wildlife corridor that buffers portions of Spokane. Glentana will be managed as part of the larger Riverside State Park system, implementing vegetation management and forest health best management practices using best available science. Through our partnership with the Spokane Tribe of Indians, this project supports tribal efforts to reintroduce native salmon to the Little Spokane River and connect to their ancestral land. Glentana will be designated as natural with our land classification system, ensuring environmental protection and limiting recreation to low-impact activities. As I mentioned before, Glentana is a large property made up of several parcels. Because of its size and the land values associated with those parcels, we developed an acquisition strategy to acquire it in two parts. In this grant, we seek funding to secure 3 parcels consisting of 153 acres in the northeast corner, shown in yellow, along with a donated match of 120 acres from Inland Northwest Land Conservancy, our partners in this project. In Part B, we seek 324 acres with 290 acres of match, shown in turquoise, which we are applying for in the same grant cycle in the WWRP Urban Wildlife category. We have road access to both Part A and Part B, making either acquisition viable if we should not be successful in both grant categories. As part of a 4-staged planning process associated with this acquisition, we used a variety of outreach methods to engage with the public and receive community feedback. These methods have included both in-person and virtual workshops, online surveys, attendance at local events, direct stakeholder outreach and interviews, and development of a project webpage and online comment forum. Altogether, these methods resulted in over 1,500 responses, informing the overall vision for this project. In addition to public support and engagement, we received an abundance of support from local, state, and federal government agencies, including the City of Spokane, the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife, the U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife, and several nonprofit organizations such as Spokane Riverkeeper, the Washington Trails Association, Spokane Mountaineers, and the Audubon Society. Additionally, both the Spokane Tribe of Indians and the Kalispel Tribe of Indians have expressed support, partnership, and coordination on efforts to make this project successful. A strong media campaign was implemented throughout this project to inform and engage the public through each stage of the planning process. Local news outlets picked up the story, interviewed staff, and spread the word about the project both in print and televised media outlets. This project is the culmination of a 5-entity partnership between Inland Northwest Land Conservancy, the Spokane Tribe of Indians, the Kalispel Tribe of Indians, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and state parks. Together, we are developing a management plan to ensure the protection of cultural and natural resources and to ensure a seamless experience for park users across the different properties. This project fosters unique partnerships and opportunities with the Spokane and Kalispel tribes and leverages considerable match from Inland Northwest Land Conservancy, who will donate 120 acres to state parks upon our successful acquisition. We also have active partnerships with local recreational and environmental organizations to support trail development and maintenance. In terms of readiness to proceed, this project has been long coming, and the property has been of interest to our agency since 2018 when we did a planning update to adopt a new long-term park boundary to include portions of Glentana into Riverside State Park's long-term vision. The partners are ready to continue working together to make this project successful. There are no known encumbrances. This acquisition is fully ready to move forward. In fact, we have an MOU with Inland Northwest Land Conservancy formally stating their intent to sell and our intent to buy portions of Glentana. Trying to get to my last slide. And that's all I have. Thanks everyone for listening and happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. All right, any questions or clarifications needed on this? Amy, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'm just curious about like the choice of applying for some funding through this category and some funding through the other category, and kind of what the strategy is there, or why both, and it doesn't necessarily, I think, have anything to do with my evaluation. I'm just more curious about that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you asking. So essentially, because of Glentana's size and the appraised values of each parcel, if we were to apply for the full acquisition in this category, it would eat up like the entire pot. And we wanted to take advantage of another RCO grant category that was a perfect fit for a lot of the elements of Glentana. So we tried to kind of break it apart to just be more strategic in that way.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope that helps.
Yeah, good question. I know we worked with you on kind of strategizing that and which pieces made sense for which categories. So I think you've done a nice job splitting it out. Other questions or clarifications needed on this one? All right, don't see any hands.
Paul and Emily's cameras are on.
I know. Did anybody, Paul, it's in your neighborhood there. Anything you want to?
Just to say to as a follow-up to Jamie's question, part of this is that the bridge owners, INLC, they're carrying a pretty heavy loan burden. And I think maybe typically what we would have done is like piecemeal this together, one grant cycle, and then we would apply for the rest in the next grant cycle. But in an effort to relieve our partners of that loan burden and just to reduce any risk to Glentana, we tried to apply to two categories in the hopes that maybe we can fund the whole thing in one round. So that was part of it too.
Yeah, and they've offered a really significant donation to both to both grants, so that's
Yes,
really,
they did receive close to $3 million through the Department of Commerce. It was a direct appropriation from the legislature last session. And so that's where some of that match is coming from. So we are in getting these 153 acres, leveraging quite a bit. And that's the same thing for the grant in the urban wildlife category. There's, I think, a match of close to 290 acres for that particular grant.
yeah. Nice. Go ahead, Paul.
Thanks, Carl. Hi, Jen. Nice work. Would you mind just elaborating briefly on kind of the tribal involvement piece in this project? And I don't know, briefly, because it's pretty extensive, but yeah.
The Spokane tribe in particular, is that?
Well, yeah, and just like I think I recall Kalispell's also being engaged in this project. So
Yeah, I mean, where Glentana is situated, as you might have seen on one of those maps, is interesting because the Kalispell Tribe of Indians owns and operates just south of Glentana a golf course, and a portion of their property extends over the north side of the river, where a trail will likely be included. So they've been an active partner in thinking about future uses and how we'll all coordinate management on the site. And then the Spokane Tribe of Indians has been very interested in this project from the beginning, as it's part of their ancestral land, and has acquired 104 acres along that portion, that stretch of the river there. They have hopes of putting in a fish hatchery with an overall goal of reintroducing native salmon to the Little Spokane River system, where they've been extinct for over 100 years. And then also hopefully putting in a cultural education center. So they're currently actively looking at master planning to do some facility siting on their portion of the property.
thanks, Jen.
That was my quick overview. It's been a really wonderful partnership, collaborating with all the entities.
Nice. All right, anything else? Excellent. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
All right, we'll see you later. All right, we've arrived at our last break. Why don't we come back at 3:10? That's in like 13 minutes. Sounds like we'll be able to get Eric here a little early for the last, these last two. Yeah, so we'll see you at 3:10. All right, welcome back, everybody. Home stretch. Eric, thanks for coming back a little early.
Yeah, no problem.
Two more. You must have had all kinds of free time. So they gave you 4 presentations to.
Yeah, free time to do grants, but nothing else.
That's right. Nothing else going on.
Uh-huh.
All right. Well, you are our closer. We appreciate it. Couple of trail projects to wrap up. I will, same routine, pass you control. There you go.
Yep.
All right, looks like it's working.
Perfect. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Sounds good. Thanks, Carl. So once again, my name is Eric Jazik, and this afternoon I will be presenting on the Palouse to Cascades Trail Rosalia Improvements Grant. And this grant is requesting funding for trail improvements near the town of Rosalia, Washington. This project is located in Rosalia, Washington, which is located just west of the Idaho border. Rosalia is approximately 45 minutes south of Spokane and 3 hours east of Wenatchee. The Palouse to Cascades Trail is a 212-mile linear park on the former Milwaukee Road Railroad right-of-way, located between North Bend on the west end and the Idaho border on the east end. As part of the Rails to Trail Conservancy, it is the longest rail trail conversion in the U.S. The western section between North Bend and the Columbia River, which we've managed since 1984, has seen significant improvements over the years. Over the past few years, we have been focused on improving the eastern portion of the trail, and this project is a continuation of that work. Residents and visitors spend approximately 292 million days per year on recreational trails to walk, run, hike, bike, or backpack, with state parks being the primary destination for trail users compared to all other public agencies in Washington. Trails provide health, social, and economic benefits to local communities and to Washingtonians as a whole. The section of the trail through Rosalia is in dire need of improvements for safety, accessibility, and visitor experience. The absence of trestles leaves us with short, steep sections needed to join the railroad grade to the road intersections. As you probably know, railroad grades are very gentle, almost never over 3%. This makes rail trails like the Palouse to Cascades accessible to many people with disabilities. But these intersections, as they are now, are too steep and can be dangerous as they sometimes intersect busy roads at the bottom of the slope. The trail through this section is so poor that when the John Wayne Pioneer Wagon and Riders annual cross state ride completely avoid this section and detour through the town of Rosalia. The current trail surfacing varies, but is generally made of large, loose, round material, which can be problematic for recreational users. Additionally, the railing along the iconic Rosalia trestle is in poor condition and in need of replacement to increase the safety of users crossing the bridge. Currently, there is no formalized access point to the trail for the residents of Rosalia. An official trailhead at this location will help to improve a safe access point to the trail and provide amenities for trail users. Numerous statewide plans and initiatives support these improvements along the trail. A camp management plan and master plan has been completed for the trail. This project was identified in the 10-year capital plan. This project also aligns with the state parks transformation strategy principles of providing recreation, culture, and interpretive opportunities people want, and developing amenities and acquiring lands that advance this transformation. It is also supported by 4 priorities of the 2023 Recreation and Conservation Plan. Most importantly, it is supported by the economic, environmental, and social benefits of recreational trail studies. Recommendation number 4 of this study is to encourage visitation by adding new and improving existing amenities, which this project will accomplish. This project is also supported nationally as part of the Great American Rail Trail. The recreational assets of statewide significance in Washington State Report also identified the Palouse region as lacking hiking opportunities. The improvements of this trail through this section will help fill the gap in this area. The Palouse to Cascades State Park Trail gives hikers, cyclers, and equestrians a taste of Washington's most iconic scenery with diversity from the forested Cascade Mountains to the arid scrublands of eastern Washington. The trail leads travelers over high trestles with spectacular views of the valleys below, mountainous terrain, sagebrush desert, arid scrublands, and charming countryside farmlands of the Columbia Basin. Rosalia is iconic in its own right with the beautiful Rosalia Trestle right outside of town. The Palouse to Cascades Trail isn't just an ordinary abandoned railway line. It has an abundance of stories to be told, including tales of Western expansion, industrial revolution, amazing geologic transformations of the landscape, and the transition of wildlife and vegetation that changes with every passing mile. Rosalia, where this project is located, has its own stories to be told as it quickly grew in 1872 due to rich soils of the Palouse. As part of this grant, we will work closely with our interpretive staff to tell the stories of this area. Hikers, bicyclists, equestrians, wagoners, cross-country skiers, snowshoers, and dog sledders can discover the rugged beauty of the Pacific Northwest by trekking this unique trail that follows the path of the old Chicago, Milwaukee, St. Paul Pacific Railroad. The trail as a whole provides a wealth of outdoor recreation opportunities that Washingtonians are looking for. The majority of the trail has a light gravel surface and is gentle and easy to negotiate grade, making this a perfect experience for visitors looking to do small day hikes or training for large, more strenuous long-distance experiences. The Palouse to Cascades Trail provides opportunities for everyone. This project will help address one of the worst sections that has very steep grades leading down to road intersections. As indicated in the economic, environmental, and social benefits of recreational trails study, trails provide great benefits to all Washingtonians. They provide recreational benefits, they provide health benefits in the form of exercise, they provide social benefits as trail users spend money to participate in trail recreation, and they provide environmental benefits through sustainably managing the land and increasing the value for users to want to protect this land. Additionally, the improvements of this trail will make this area more desirable to visit, resulting in economic benefits for the town of Rosalia. The proposed project picks up where the Malden to Rosalia project left off at Gas House Road and includes trail grading to reduce the slope at road intersections, trail surfacing improvements, a new trailhead on the south side of town near the Rosalia Trestle, and trestle railing improvements at the Rosalia Trestle south of town. And these improvements will increase safety by removing the steep grade at street intersections and replacing the old railings along the Rosalia Trestle with new equestrian-safe railings, improve visitor experience with improved trail service, and provide a new trailhead for the community of Rosalia and visitors traveling from outside the area. This project will be very similar to the most recently completed project from Malden to Rosalia. The picture on the right shows the surface improvements completed through that project. The image on the left shows an example of creating small switchbacks to reduce the grade down to Gas House Road. This picture was taken from where this project would start, and you can see how significant the difference in grade is. This project will continue the work from Malden to Rosalia with similar style railing replacement along the Rosalia Trestle. This style of railing is equestrian friendly and blends in with the natural aesthetic of the surrounding landscape. The trailhead design will be in line with the conceptual trailhead design completed as part of the master planning effort for this trail. This conceptual plan as shown on this slide will be adapted to fit the site constraints, and we will work with the town of Rosalia throughout the design process to best fit the community needs. The repurposing of our transportation corridor that has already been created means we're taking advantage of all the time and energy that went into the construction of the railroad corridor back in the early 1900s and not disturb existing landscape to build a new trail. We've also identified a pit in Malden that produced the 5/8" minus crushed rock that will likely be used for the surfacing, that will require minimal trucking, minimal impacts on local roads, and a reduced use of fossil fuels. A small trailhead near Rosalia will also provide users a safe and organized place to park so that they are not parking in native vegetation wherever they can wedge a car. The Rosalia improvements is just one project in a long line of improvements along the Palouse to Cascades Trail. It is a logical next phase in trail improvements, picking up where the Malden to Rosalia project left off and continuing progress eastwards towards the Idaho border. One of the most recently completed projects is the Crab Creek trestles that were burnt down. This is an example of another project similar to this grant that continues to improve the trail conditions. This is the Malden to Rosalia project that leads directly into the Rosalia area improvements. It consisted of a new trailhead, grading, trail surfacing improvements, and trestle repairs, and is most similar to the type of work we will be doing near Rosalia. We have received great feedback from the town of Malden and trail users regarding the improvements completed in this section of the trail. The trail as a whole is highly supported from a wide variety of both public and private groups. Additionally, as I previously mentioned, we have received incredible support regarding the work recently completed from Malden to Rosalia. This trail and the improvements are highly supported both locally and nationally. State Parks regularly partners with large organizations down to individuals on projects along the trail. As part of this project, State Parks will partner with Rosalia and other interested stakeholders to make sure the improvements we are developing are in line with what the users want. As part of the Malden to Rosalia project, State Parks already has worked with a great team of partners to provide the kiosk and its content for the Rosalia area that will be moved to the new trailhead. State Parks have completed multiple similar projects to this along the trail. Additionally, the camp and master planning have already been completed for this portion of the trail. We are comfortable and familiar with this type of work and can proceed with design as soon as funding is awarded. And with that, thank you for listening to this presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Eric. Questions or clarifications on this one? Eric, did you say that trestle was part of this project? Or
yeah, so I guess to clarify, from the technical presentation of this one, we looked a lot at the scope, and originally we were proposing a bridge over that 7th Street. But we decided to do the best as far as grading that down. We had some conversations with some of the stakeholders, and that wasn't necessarily their preferred solution at this time. They preferred just grading it down. So instead of that, we decided to improve the railings on the Rosalia trestle because those are all in very rough shape.
Okay, gotcha.
So that's a clarification from the technical presentation.
Yeah, cool. Thanks. All right, other questions on this project? Catherine, go ahead.
So I had a question regarding I thought you said something about one of the partners providing in-kind benefit or kiosk, or maybe I missed that.
So as part of the it was more of an example of the partnership that we've already had as part of the Malden to Rosalia project. We worked with the trail riders, and Marilyn Hedges provided the information in the kiosk that's currently now right above Gas House Road, but we're going to be moving that new kiosk down to the new trailhead.
All right, thanks, Eric. Anything else on this one? All right. Well, let's move to down to Clickitat, our last presentation of the day. There we go. And there you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that back now.
All right, yep.
Sweet. All right, whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thanks, Carl. So this presentation is on the Klickitat Trail State Park for the Pitt Trailhead, and the grant is requesting funding to develop a new trailhead along the Klickitat Trail. The Klickitat Trail State Park is located in southern Washington near the Columbia Gorge. It is approximately 2 hours east of Portland and about 4 hours southeast of the Seattle area. The Klickitat Trail is a 31-mile trail that goes from the high desert to the Columbia River Gorge. The trail follows an old railroad corridor that at one time linked the towns of Lisle and Goldendale. The trail runs along the Klickitat River through the town of Klickitat to Swale Creek and up through Swale Canyon. The canyon is lined with oak and pine forests and in the springtime covered in a variety of beautiful wildflowers. The trail is primarily used by hikers, bikers, and horse riders. The proposed project site is located in what is known as Pitt, approximately 10 miles from the trailhead at Lisle. This proposed location will be the closest formalized trailhead to the town of Klickitat. Residents and visitors spend approximately 292 million days per year on the recreational trails to walk, run, hike, bike, or backpack, with state parks being the primary destination for trail users compared to all other public agencies in Washington. Trails provide health, social, and economic benefits to local communities and to Washingtonians as a whole. The Klickitat Trail provides a unique trail experience in a part of the state lacking a long-distance trail that can be hiked, biked, or ridden on horse. The Klickitat Trail currently has only one formalized trailhead at the beginning, or what can be considered the end of the trail, in the town of Lisle, providing restroom facilities, parking, and waste disposal. The trail sees over 100,000 visitors per year, and only one formalized trailhead is not enough. A trailhead at the Pitt location will provide much needed access to the trail near the town of Klickitat. The Pitt trailhead will provide a safe, sanitary, accessible location to access the trail. Currently, the informal trailhead at this location is a small patch of loose gravel near the side of Fishon Road. This location does not provide any formalized parking spaces, restroom facilities, or accessible access to the trail. All of these deficiencies pose a safety and environmental risks while reducing the user experience and access to the trail. Additionally, a trailhead at the Pitt site would provide a great option for trail users to hike the first 10 miles only. The Pitt Trailhead aligns and is supported by multiple statewide plans. A camp management plan has been completed for the trail and has identified the Pitt site as a priority trailhead location. Some of the issues identified as part of the camp planning process include lack of trailheads, trail support facilities, and natural and cultural resource interpretation. The development of the Pitt Trailhead will help to address these core issues along the trail. This project was identified in the 10-year capital plan as a priority. This project also aligns with the state parks transformation strategy principles of providing recreation, cultural, and interpretive opportunities people will want, and develop amenities and acquiring lands that advance this transformation. It is also supported by all 4 priorities of the 2023 Recreation and Conservation Plan. Most importantly, it is supported by the economic, environmental, and social benefits of recreational trail study. Recommendation number 4 is to encourage visitation by adding new and improving existing amenities, which this project would accomplish. The new trailhead will help to connect people with Washington's iconic landscapes. The trail allows users to see bald eagles, waterfalls, scenic pine oak forests, and an amazing display of spring wildflowers along the beautiful Klickitat River and Swale Creek. This area is truly iconic and a unique part of Washington that takes visitors from the high desert into the pine oak shaded valleys along the river all the way to the magnificent Columbia Gorge. The trail sits within the federally designated National Scenic Area and on a designated wild and scenic river. The residents of Washington are avid trail users, spending on average of 38 to 42 days per person per year participating in non-motorized recreational trail use. The Klickitat Trail is another great long-distance trail in Washington that allows users to hike, bike, or ride horses along its entire length. The Klickitat Trail has a deep history and numerous stories to tell across its 31-mile length. Stories range from tribal use and importance of the land, railroad history, the old lumber mill site the trail passes through, and interpretation of the native landscape and wildlife. State Parks has initiated conversations with the Yakima tribe to determine opportunities for tribal interpretation along the trail. The new pit trailhead is a great location for any of these stories to be told on either new kiosks or interpretive panels. Funding for interpretation has been included as part of this grant request. The Klickitat Trail is a rustic experience, but not an overly intimidating or difficult trail for users to grow and improve their recreational abilities and knowledge. The town of Klickitat, about halfway through the trail, provides food and services for those looking to complete the whole trail in one go. The trail can also be broken down into manageable sections that can be done in a long weekend for those looking for a less demanding experience. The pit trailhead will make for a great starting or stopping location as it is only 10 miles from the Lyle trailhead. As indicated in the economic and social benefits of recreation study, trails provide great benefits to all Washingtonians. They provide recreational benefits, they provide health benefits in the form of exercise, they provide social benefits as trail users spend money to participate in trail recreation, and they provide environmental benefits through sustainably managing the land, increasing the value for users to want to protect the land. Well-maintained and high-quality trails are truly a benefit for Washingtonians. The proposed project site for the trailhead is at a previous residential site that is currently being informally used as a trail access point. An existing road called Fish on Road runs through the site and will be slightly altered and improved as part of this project. The site is previously disturbed from when there was a house and doesn't require significant grading. The design for this project has been mostly developed. It consists of a one-way circular road with angle parking. The design includes accessible parking spaces, trailer parking spaces, 2 new kiosks, a vault toilet, and native vegetation restoration. The surfacing will be an asphalt parking lot. The design provides accessible access to the trail for the community of Klickitat and visitors outside of town. It provides a safe place to park, sanitary facilities, and restores some of the native vegetation in the area. The design also allows for interpretation opportunities at either the kiosk or new interpretive panels. The access easement for adjacent landowners will be maintained through the trailhead. A gate will be installed to allow landowners along Fish on Road to control access to Fish on Road as needed. This design was developed with substantial coordination with adjacent landowners and the town of Klickitat. As part of the process for acquiring the conditional use permit, State Parks hosted an open house with the design shown here at the Klickitat Community Center. This gave the opportunity for anyone in the public to come in and talk with State Park staff to provide comments or concerns. The existing site was an old house site and has non-native ornamental plantings throughout the site. This project will restore the native vegetation and protect the surrounding areas from invasive species. The design allows for stormwater to be treated naturally on site through vegetation to prevent any pollutants from entering the Klickitat River. The improvements of the pit trailhead is just one of many projects currently occurring on the Klickitat Trail, helping to develop a world-class trail system. Currently, the trail section within Swale Canyon, the purple dashed line on this map, is under construction through an RCO grant. Additionally, State Parks is working on planning efforts on another RCO-funded grant called Bridging the Final Gap just outside the town of Klickitat. The Swale Canyon project will redeck and restore 7 trestles, replace 1 trestle with a new bridge, and improve trail surfacing. Additionally, the Bridging the Final Gap project is working through the design process to reestablish a bridge over the Klickitat River, currently a significant gap in the trail system, improve 1 mile of trail on the east side of Klickitat, and reestablish a bridge over Snyder Creek. All these projects will greatly improve the quality and visitor experience of the trail, drawing more people and making a trailhead at the pit site even more important. These 3 projects will work together to remove gaps that make the trail inaccessible in areas and provide much needed additional access and trail facilities. The project is supported by the Klickitat Trail Conservancy, United States Forest Service, and the Friends of the Columbia Gorge. Additionally, the site plan has been shared locally and with adjacent landowners to ensure any development works in harmony with the local community. Partnerships are a big component of operating and maintaining the trail. The management of the trail is done cooperatively with the U.S. Forest Service. The lowest 13 miles from the Lyle Trailhead to Klickitat is managed by the Forest Service, and the upper 18 is managed by state parks. The Klickitat Trail Conservancy are also great partners to the trail and help lead various events throughout the year and form work parties to help with trail maintenance. The benefits that these partnerships provide are not to be underestimated and are amazing advocates for all the work that is completed along the trail. The project already has 90% complete design plans. State Parks has also already completed initial consultation with the tribes, completed SEPA, confirmed with the Army Corps, was granted an HPA permit from Ecology, and granted a conditional use permit from the county. This project is close to being shovel ready and can kick back up the Cultural Resources Report as soon as funding is awarded. And with that, that is the presentation for the pit trailhead, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thanks, Eric. Okay. Questions or clarifications on this project? Paul, go ahead.
Thanks, Carl. Nice work, Eric. On the project support and partnership component of this project, I know you listed a number of different organizations, and I didn't quite catch whether that was just kind of like these are the partners that have been involved in various aspects of the trail as a whole, or they're specifically involved in this project.
The support, they're all supportive of this project. As far as the partnership, it's been more of the trail as a whole, as far as managing it and the maintenance of the trail.
Okay, thanks.
And Eric, this section of trail is improved, right? All the way from Lyle.
Yes, yeah, and I think WashDOT actually has paved this 3 miles through Klickitat. And then yeah, from Lyle up to basically the town of Klickitat is improved. And then from Klickitat to where the Swale Canyon project starts, that's all part of the Bridging the Final Gap project. And then Swale Canyon is currently that whole purple section is being improved. Currently, it's under construction.
Great, nice. All right, anything else folks need on this project? All right, looks like we're all good. Well, thanks again, Eric. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Yeah. All right, we'll see you later.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if committee members and staff could hang out for a bit, but that brings us to the end of 2024 evaluations for the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program State Parks category. So thanks so much to our volunteer committee members being here to help us out with technical review a few months ago and today with the evaluation and scoring. So we appreciate that. We should have preliminary ranked list for this category early next week available to share.